watch. I'd like to call to order the Audit and Finance Committee meeting of November 17th, 2025. This is part 2 in a 2-part series. This is the painful part, actually, where we go through each line item. So roll call, please.
Schultz.
Here.
Blackwood.
Here.
Bruni.
Here. All right, Lucy, proof of posting.
The agenda is posted in the upper and lower levels of the Amundsen Center, Badger Bank, the village website, and the post office.
All right, thank you. Number 4, I got public comment. And I only have one public comment on this agenda because it's going to be a fairly long meeting. So.
Betsy Bush, 566 Cletus Street, Cambridge. As I read tonight's agenda, I had to reread the line, discussion and possible action wheel tax. I hope we don't have to go there. Those of us that live in Cambridge and have addresses in Dane County already pay additional county taxes in the form of wheel tax. While in the upfront it may seem to have some merit, wheel tax income can only be used for transportation, road construction, street repaving, pedestrian walkways. While true that it can offset general fund monies for part of a transportation budget, it may not be the magic wand that you seek. It also doesn't address other issues like semi-traffic on our roads, construction vehicles, delivery vehicles that use the roads as well. I would challenge you to explore every other option before instituting this tax. I've spent some time talking to my neighborhood about the fact that we can now pay our water and sewer bills online. Several have brought up the fact that there was a high monthly fee to do that in the past. To a person, they are unaware of the new program that we have. But this will be good to get into public record. The new program that the village has for sewer and water bill paying doesn't cost anything extra to pay by check. There is a convenience fee for the convenience of using plastic, debit or credit. This has not been well published or distributed, including on the water and sewer bills we received last week. We need to get the word out. Large, bold postings on the website, postings on social media, something printed on the bills, large, easy-to-read information included in our property tax bills that soon go out. We could start requiring citizens to pay their sewer and water bills online. If someone doesn't want to and still requires a printed bill, that could still be done and a convenience fee assessed for that, either flat fee or percentage of the bill, like when plastic is used. You may be sitting there and wondering, what's the big deal? Well, having citizens pay their water and sewer bill online is low-hanging fruit. It's easy for the resident, it's definitely easier for the village, and saves one of our most expensive resources, employee time. The village administrative office has 3 full-time and 1 part-time employee, I believe. This means that staff could be reduced, or duties could be reallocated or delegated differently. I understand from Lucy that the village will realize the monies sooner and much more easily than with the hand billing that we have had. I would like to see this on a near future agenda for discussion. There was some confusion about my last public comment regarding leaf collection. Wisconsin DNR does not require any municipalities to collect leaves. The DNR's code NR 151.13 requires municipalities to develop a program for managing leaf and grass clippings as part of their efforts to protect water quality. If a municipality has a local leaf collection program, it must also have policies in place, such as public education program, ordinances prohibiting leaves in the street, and a schedule for collection. Many Wisconsin municipalities require residents to dispose of leaves in other ways, like on their own properties by mowing and mulching, or to be taken to a drop-off site, which we have. Lastly, While I realize there are expenses in our budget that we can't control, there are many that we can. We should ask of each idea and expense, does this align with the village mission? How does this align with the village mission? If it doesn't, rethink it or get rid of it. Every decision made should drive toward the village's core purpose and long-term vision. These decisions should guide resource allocation, prioritize initiatives, and foster internal alignment by having everyone work toward a common goal. Study the bills, ask questions, expect answers. Communication is vital to transparency. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any other public comment?
Julie Christ, 312 Oriole Lane, Cambridge. I know you already know how I feel about budget cuts and all of that, but tonight I just wanted to mention that my main concern after that is how are we going to keep spending within the budget once the budget is made for 2026, so that come September 2026 we don't end up in the same place as we've been the last 2 years, having to take out a loan. And how do we do that if we don't have regular audit and finance meetings with budget to actual reports to keep us on track? There is no way to know if you're on track or if you're not, if we just spend and mark it down as to which category it goes to. We need oversight and checks and balances to be sure we are within the budget so we don't end up having to borrow again. It's impossible to stay on budget without this.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Steve?
Steve Struss, 313 South Street here in Cambridge. And so I just wanted to clarify something I did say earlier at a village board meeting, and that is, again, in regards to leaf pickup. It's true the DNR does not require specifically that a village picks up leaves. However, as a previous woman mentioned, that it requires that it does not go to a landfill. And the options that are listed are either pick up curbside, have residents put it in bags and pick up the bags, or have residents take it to a drop-off site. So it's basically the three that are offered. And I would contend that what the village is doing currently is the least cost and the best service that can be provided. I think it'd be unreasonable to have people required to take their leaves to a drop-off site. I compost some of my leaves, but I have too many to compost them all. My compost pile's overflowing. So I take my backyard into the compost, my front yard to the curb, and have the village pick it up. So I think we shouldn't micromanage our staff here and say you should be picking up this street this day and that street this day and don't come by here twice. I think we should trust that they know their job better than we do and that they have a route figured out. And if you see them come by and you don't have leaves, they might be headed someplace where there are leaves. So they kind of, I think they know what they're doing, basically. So let's not try to have them rethink it. On another matter, just in general in the budget, I know things are tight and there's very little discretionary spending. Most things are bills that are handed to us. But one area I think we could work on is our legal, what we spend on legal fees. I know when we were fighting the solar farm, we racked up a heck of a bill legally. I came in at that point and said, let's work with those people, don't fight them. You're not going to fight the Public Service Commission. The solar farms are going to go somewhere, and if we fight it, someone else, moves in, they're going to fight it. So it's got to go somewhere. And so I think the money we spent on that was not wisely done. We can always look back, hindsight's 20/20. But maybe that's something we could look at, as maybe cutting back on how much we spend on legal and maybe engineering to some degree too. I think we're too prone to say, let's check with our experts, and they're not cheap. So, those are my comments.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to come back up and make a second comment?
Somebody wants to
forgot
give you if somebody wants to give you their time.
Yeah, I'll give her my time.
It's basically just a question. I don't know when else to ask a question. So, in looking over the budget comparison detail that Lucy prepared for the September 23rd budget meeting, there's a couple of pages, was like pages 81 through 89 or something like that, where all of that was. And I was looking more specifically at it tonight, just because some things stood out to me that I was like, I don't get this. And I can't tell you that, like it says page 7 on here, but I know that wasn't page 7. So I don't know exactly what page it was. It's actually the 6 and 7. It was all detailed with public works, public safety and public works. And there were a lot of actual expenses listed that were not budgeted. So according to this, everything was over budget. And if you get down to the final line for public works, it says 2025 actual, now note that this is through September 25th, was $1,518,864 when the budget was $407,407. So that's $1 million spent over budget. I can't believe this is correct, but that's just a question I have about this whole report. Because there's 2 whole pages of expenses that were not budgeted for. I don't know if you can speak to that later or whatever, but.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? All right, if not, we're going to move on to unfinished business. Our action required, discussion and possible action regarding the 2026 Village of Cambridge budget. So, refresh my memory, Lucy, last time we went over the sort of the pass-throughs, what we have contracted, what we have to pay for, and what was that final number compared to what we have to go through tonight?
We have, and I left those notes upstairs, but we have about 70,000,
700.
700,000.
I'm sorry, yes, 700,000 of expenses that are not fixed.
I had 1
Can
million.
you go to that spot there and see where we're at? Something just,
1.3 million
something just
that was
disconnected.
Yep.
required and 703,000 that we could not play with.
Yep.
but-
Yeah.
That's what I had too.
Yeah, I have 703, 742, 10.
Can you say that number one
Or
more
do you
time,
want,
Chris?
like a line piece?
703, 742, and 10 cents.
Thank you. And then can you provide the fixed number again?
1,314,389.
Thank you.
But there was a couple add-ons, I know there was.
That
was-
the
was it.
updated
Yep,
number.
that was with the add-ons.
Okay.
Yep.
So Chris, oh, this is what you wanted me to bring up right here?
This is the end objective, right? So whatever we have in red before the end of the night, we have to get that down to 0.
And what is that number right now? I can't see this.
Can you blow it up a little bit, Lucy?
Mhm.
224,000.
So that's our levy. That's what we need to reduce.
Yep.
Yeah. 224, 704.
Times-
All right. Were you able to get anything through May?
The budget to actuals are in the packet.
Because I'm still showing 531 in the packet.
It's a separate report.
Okay. 1116, okay. So we're on budget comparison detail. Page 7 of 61. All right.
Lucy, are these going to align with, in order with this, or no?
Nope, our report is not going to line up because this is from our accounting software. And I did not have enough time to get it all updated in here.
Okay. All right, well, it'll be a little more challenging, but, okay.
There might be some on here that are negative deficit, right? So that 224,704 is, it's not correct?
So we're looking at 2026, Chris, not 2025. The actuals from this additional report is just to show you where we are through November 16th. So that number's still true. So we're budgeting for next year.
Mm-hmm.
This is just supposed to give you a better understanding of where we are this year with for spending in each category. So I suggest we start on line 80. Well, you guys don't have numbers, but the legislative supply and expense.
So these are all court related, is that my understanding?
No, legislative supply and expense is village board expenses and supplies.
So so we have budgeted 2,235 on village board supply and expense. What are we spending $2,200 on for the village board?
Well, let's make sure we're all this.
I would have to go into our software, but I believe, I'm not sure if anyone went to trainings. I'm not sure. I'd have to delve into that to see. But the actual is $2,255.07. So that is an item we're over budget on.
Well, I think for us to know what to do with it, I think we have to understand what it is or why I don't know. I know, Sarah, you did the one training, but that was free, right? I'm here. I have no idea where it is in here. Still looking. Guess I'd have to go through and. Yes.
I'm not sure what was, to be honest with you, I'm not sure what was coded up for that.
All right, so it is 100, so it's 5110. I don't know where we find, yeah. It starts by legislative fringes, but I don't, oh, here we go, okay. So, our 2020, yeah, I mean, it's the legislative, Julie. It's called legislative fringes, or it starts at legislative fringes under the expenditure section.
Yeah, And per diem and supply and expense?
And yeah, we're following those right now.
All right, gotcha, thank you.
Okay, so, do I have the right number in here? 390, no I did not. This is okay, so, Dane County Cities and Villages Association dues. So we belong to that. The League of Wisconsin Municipalities, membership renewal. And then literally nameplates for the trustees, for Yessie, for myself. And then, this would be an error, these e-fax services. I don't know why that was, or if there's special faxes for regarding to this category, but that is what's all under here. So these were just expenses for our trustees and staff, our membership, and our Dane County's Villages and Dane County Cities and Villages Association.
Okay. So usually the battle rhythm with this, Lucy, I know this is your first go around with the budget, is as our treasurer, we kind of go through each particular one. We look at what was the actual for the previous year, 2024. We look at where we are in 2025 so far, and then if we have any room to cut anything. If we're looking at 2025 actual, and it's great that you got it up to 1116, we can take legislative fringes, for instance, and say, well, shoot, we were at 723.69 for 2024. We're at 440 right now. We budgeted for 2025 500. Is there room to shave a little off of that 500? And then as we go down the list, you will have accumulated all of those negative $100, negative $1,000 until we get to the end, and then we'll have hopefully something that we can take a dent out of that 200 and some odd $1,000. Okay?
Yep, I understand that.
All right. So we're starting with legislative fringes, so we're all on the same page?
Yeah. So fringes and per diems were listed under the yellow as not,
I'm not even going off of this now because this is
Okay.
all outdated.
well, I'm just looking at the categories just so that we don't have to keep repeating, we don't have to go.
Fringes is just payroll.
So fringes and per diems is payroll, so we,
That's why that's a fixed one.
okay.
So what's our first unfixed one?
That's
Because
what
we
we
didn't want
were
to have to
on.
reinvent the,
The supply and expense.
okay?
That's where we
so-
were. Which we're over budget, and I'm not sure if you want to cancel the membership with the league or Dane County Cities and Villages, but really that was where that went. And just the league is over $1,000, which we budgeted for.
What does that do for us?
The League of Wisconsin Municipalities provides services, free trainings for the staff members, also for the trustees. We still have to pay, but they provide the best conferences for administrators and clerks. It's better than the clerks' conferences and the treasurers' conferences, because they bring in the Department of Revenue, the IRS, the Department of Transportation, all into one spot. So that is what that is, but I mean, we have to make cuts, so.
Well, this is also a, hey, let's take a look at our budget and see what makes sense too, right? So, yes, we're going to have to make cuts, but if there are unrealistic,
Realized.
yeah, like our audit or like our fire and EMS was an unrealistic $200,000 that we budgeted for it. So, of course, we're not going to hit the ground running in the negative right off the bat.
Right.
I personally think the League of Municipalities pays for itself because the Government 101 course for new board members, when they come in, that's a free, where you learn all of Robert's rules and all the basics, and it's open to every board member at every year. But again, it's one of those things where we have to figure out, is it a nice to have? I guess I can buy a book and read Robert's rules, but they do advocate for villages through the league. Most of our subcontractors that we utilize through Cambridge, our engineering services, our legal services, all were pointed out to us through the League of Municipalities. We have asked the League of Municipalities in the past for some legal assistance, for HR legal assistance, and they've given it to us pro bono. So in effect, it does pay for itself, but I'm going against the grain here saying that we should at least add $1,000 to what we budgeted in 2025.
Which we did. I mean, we're now for 2026, we're budgeted at 2,235. So I think that's probably adequately budgeted, given we spent.
I think I might have gave Sarah, did I give that page? Yeah.
So we've spent so far 2,255. We have budgeted for 2026, 2,235. So, I mean, I think the league, what is the Dane and County Villages and whatever the other one was?
It is a local organization that most municipalities in the area are in. The administrator from Sun Prairie is the president, and they provide like legal updates, policy updates from the state level, and share that with everyone. And they also do provide educational, theirs is focused to Dane County.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just discussing, and this is where we have to discuss is audit and finance. I'm thinking to keep it somewhat simple, let's cut $235 off of that.
Keep it just at 2,000.
And is this something that you can kind of go in real time, Lucy? So it'll whittle those numbers down
Yes.
as we're
Yep.
going through it?
Yes, I can go
right.
back. So if we cut the 235,
Yep.
go back in there. And I actually just received the invoice from Aaron Oppenheimer for, did you want to stay with the Dane County? Aaron Oppenheimer, where did you go? Because I want to just see how much they're charging, because our dues are going to be for next year. Because usually these things go up. So it's going to be 885 for next year.
I think the last year's or for this year, it was like 880 or something like that for the Dane County.
So it's still under that $2,000 window, so.
With the leagues?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think, what the other stuff was like faxes and stuff like that. I mean, is there?
Yeah.
It was $18, so it was $36.
Right.
And then just like if we get new trustees, we do have to order the nameplates. So that's very typical. Unless we get rid of those.
Do we have a cheaper alternative to the nameplates?
A piece of paper and like literally like writing your name.
To me, it kind of seems, yes, it's professional looking, but is it necessary, I guess is my question.
2,000? What do
Yeah.
we think?
Let's go to 2,000.
Okay. Well on our way.
Moving. All right.
I think that gets us in the 190s.
Mm-hmm. Are we just going to go right down the list then?
Yep,
Or?
that's
Okay.
it. That's the
So
fun part about
just,
this.
I just wanted to double check. So we will be over budget for 2026.
For what?
So you cut that line to 2,000?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just letting you know we will be over budget already.
By how much?
Because it's for the League of Municipalities, if they do not raise their fees, that's 1,207 and 885 for Dane County. So that's over 2,000. I can do the math, but I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Then if
All
we-
right, so just
2,100.
make 2,100 then.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, what do we got next?
We have committee per diem fringes.
Committee
We
per diem.
budgeted $50 and we're at 4131.
And we budgeted, what, 50 for it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we can change that much.
No.
What's the next one?
And correct me, what is the difference between the committee per diem and fringes and the committee per diem? What's the fringes that the,
That's what I was gonna look up. Hang on. Oh.
because I'm assuming the committees per diem, that's the next line down. That's the $20 or whatever
So
it
the
is.
the fringes are payroll transaction. So we're paying into the state for taxes for you guys. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
And then the committee per diems, I know that is for all the committees.
So if we look at streamlining our committees and our committee meetings,
Yes.
do we think we have room to reduce that a little bit? Because if we've spent roughly $1,400 so far,
I'm surprised it's not higher than that so far.
we started off slow in the beginning of the year.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, I mean,
Mhm.
for 7 of us, and we're on, you
Yeah.
know, three, 4 committees. I'm just surprised it's not higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So water and sewers are separate. They're not part of the general fund.
Okay. Okay.
So there's that. And then the village board is not part of the commit, this is just for committees.
Okay.
So this is
That
plan
makes more
commission, this
sense.
is
Okay.
audited, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So we're at 1420 and we budgeted 2,000
Mm-hmm.
and they put 2,000 again. So we could probably cut back on this, especially if we consolidated committees.
Could we go to 1,600?
I was thinking 1,500.
1,500? Watch our meetings, try to, try to,
Then we can blame you guys for going over budget. That sounds great
That's
to me.
fine with me.
Be like, sorry, we gotta cancel that.
have less meetings.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
1,500?
1,500?
But
Mhm.
you said we started slow the beginning of the year.
Yeah, but if we look at consolidating and things like that, I mean, we've had a ton of personnel meetings that we hope to not have to have in 2026, and, you know,
Yeah,
if
we
we're
have
going to
a
be
brand-
consolidating.
Basically a new staff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So I think that kind of forces us to be a little more
well, we also,
efficient in our
Sarah, we
meetings.
talked about consolidating
Mhm.
committees and, you know, certain
Yeah.
committees into one meeting. So,
Mhm.
I mean, God forbid you have a life outside of this.
I don't know what that is, Chris.
All right. All right, we up to municipal court wages.
Yes.
All right. Those are pass-throughs, right? Or no?
Not necessary, I mean, we pay. So we do get some revenue from the other, members of the joint, group, but, no, these are on us. So the court salary, that would be the judge, and that is not changed at all. The actual for year to date is 38.50, so it's right on point. And then the court hourly wages, that's the court clerk, and
But what I'm saying is the court sets these prices, right?
yes, and they do submit them.
So we have municipal court wages, which is right above where it says court salaries. The court salaries,
Yes,
hourly
we don't
wages,
use,
and
we don't, if
fringes.
you could see, there's nothing in there that hasn't been used since 2024. So it's the salary and hourly wages, salaries the judge, hourly wages is the court clerk.
So that's just a nonsense line.
Yes.
Do we have to keep it?
No, I'm sure we can delete it. For auditing purposes, our accounting software does not allow us. I can inactivate it though.
I'm just curious. I mean,
Yeah.
it does. I guess it doesn't really matter. It just
No, you'll
it's
see
one
there'll
more
be
line.
other lines
Okay.
like that we don't necessarily use.
Okay.
I don't think we can touch the court stuff.
Nope, that's the yellows. So
Fiscal agent reimbursement is zeroed out.
mhm.
Court training, we got 800.
And what is that for?
That is so the court clerk can go to the annual court conference. It's usually the Dells. I used to be the court clerk. It has lawyers and judges and state legislatures there presenting it. It's extremely valuable.
Does our court clerk only work for us, or do they work
She works for 3 communities, but this is all split. This is our portion
Okay.
because the conference itself costs over $800.
But if it's $800, if it costs over $800,
No, but because then there's her room and whatnot, we're splitting that between the other communities, that Deerfield and I think it's Rockdale.
gotcha.
So this is just the village portion.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we can't touch that.
All right, so court, I mean, anything court-wise is
Well, what is supply and expense? We budget $4,639, and we have spent,
what,
Just over 3,500.
no, that's-
And that is, they provided that to us.
so that's not really one that we can touch?
No.
Okay.
Okay, can we highlight the ones we can't touch, please?
So anything court-related, we can't touch. Is that my understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
That
you.
takes off the next. Okay.
All right.
I do want to point out though, and I believe I've shared with the board, the court legal work, that is way over budget. $2,000 was budgeted and they're at $4,419. I have had a discussion with the court clerk and we will be changing our village attorney which will hopefully help, because I was informed is that with the current firm Stafford, and it's not Jane, it's a different person for local municipal courts, the cases are staying open, and these public hearings are being drawn out, and therefore a $300 citation is turning into $2,000 of court fees from them reaching out and communication and whatnot, because it costs like $200 an hour for that. So I am hopeful that by us changing attorneys, that will help get that back down. But again, that's very much out of our hands. The only thing that we can do as a village is we can change who they use for, because each community provides their own attorney for the public, for the it's called pre-trial hearings. But I just wanted to make note of how over budget they are on that for this year. And so that we just eat, basically. We don't have a lot of.
All right. So the next thing we can take a look at is our village legal work.
Yes.
All right, village legal work. I'm showing.
Seeing 22,000, roughly 23,000 actual right now. Can we take it to 30?
Well, I'm showing what 35 they have. Let's take
Yeah,
it to.
which
Let's take it to.
I would like to state, since I became administrator in June, since June, I would love to show a chart, but it has dropped dramatically. Most of the fees incurred, because I don't use legal in
Can we
the
take
way.
it to 20? I mean, we have
25?
budgeted 35. Can we take it to 25?
Yeah, I
Good.
think that would be fine.
And a lot of it is this RFP for new legal services that we will. But Jane did recommend a few local folks.
Yes.
Good.
And that's
That
also.
one made a dent.
Yeah. So that's 25. Next two I'm showing are zeroed out. Village distillery, village legal solar.
So I have no idea what you used for $10.92. $10.92. I have absolutely no idea what that was, but that's what you is the actual for President's supply and expense.
Yeah, I have no idea. I pretty much paid for the signs and everything else out of my own
No,
pocket.
I know. I was teasing because I have no idea what that is. And that might have been.
Probably my nameplate or something. I don't know.
But you would have had one. I have no idea.
Can we take it to 100? I mean,
I don't even use anything. I don't think.
And if you look at 2024, nothing was used.
can
So
we zero it?
I think we could zero it.
Let's zero it.
And if you really need something, that can come out of the office expenses. We'll get it for you.
I don't need anything.
Okay, good. $200 gone. All right.
So now we're going to admin, telephone, internet.
And did you say we're looking at?
You need to zero out both president fringe benefits and president supply and expense. I don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah, your fringe benefits are the taxes we pay, Chris. We have
Oh.
to leave that.
All right.
Medicare.
So
So-
now we are on phone and internet, and yes, we just our first order of the first portion of the FirstNet phones arrived today.
So do we know what an annual cost is that's going to be?
We do, and it's going to be about the same for US Cellular, but this also has internet, and this is just a portion because water and sewer are also getting charged. You'll see they'll have telephone and internet. Let me see where I'm at right now.
So according to this, we're $357 over budget.
For 2025. I would keep it the same, just on Frontier alone. Well, and that was phone lines, yes. On Frontier alone, we cut $300 a month, but again, that's just a portion of it.
So we budgeted 3,000
750.
in 25, but we're looking to budget 3,750 in 26.
I think we can keep that at 3,000.
We could keep that at 3,000.
Okay.
All right.
So two of the phones, so our cell phone plan, which is just a small portion of this, our cell phone plan is going to be the exact same, but we have added 3 cell phones to the plan and kept that cost the same.
Okay.
Our new public works laborer is going to have a cell phone. Our admin assistant is going to have a cell phone, and the utility clerk will have one. And it is required for our Bank First banking, which is just one of the programs. They have to have a work phone for authentication, and staff did not want to be using their personal phones to be doing that. Especially with the banking. Bank First just got a new platform. We used to have tokens, if you guys know what those are. Like you'd hold them and they'd have a number. They've gone away with that. And so therefore everyone will have basically a cell phone.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, where are we at?
So that was just some of the landlines that were reduced, not all of them.
Correct.
Yeah,
Admin, maintenance, and repair.
Mm-hmm. What is this?
What is that?
Year to date, we're at 1,092. And I can go into that one and see what we've used for admin, maintenance, and repair.
Can we just make a educated guess and put it down to 1,500?
That was going to be my suggestion. Was
Nope, we're
15.
fine. I didn't know if you wanted to know exact.
No, let's go to
1,500.
1,500.
What does that include?
Is it like anything upstairs, new?
I can tell you, we got new, like, door locks on the clerk's office and my office door, like that would have came out of there. Anything like that for maintenance and repair.
So that's 700 bucks.
Okay.
So 1,500.
Okay.
All right. Next one, I'm showing the computer maintenance and repair.
This is one, I mean, I know we just did a big update and all that kind of stuff, but this
That's
seems,
part of why we had to go out for a loan, is because of this.
this seems $15,000 for computer maintenance and repair
That's
seems
very
crazy.
high.
Especially with what we just paid. I think we can take a huge chunk out of that.
So the reason we made this yellow is because we do have a contract through April though.
This isn't
Is it yellow on yours?
admin, computer maintenance and repair. It's not yellow.
Oh, it is on hers.
Mine is.
Okay.
All right.
So our contract is through
Through the end of April.
April. But
But I
does,
still think 15,000 is pretty exorbitant. We could probably
I mean, I'd like to see it to 10 at minimum.
10.
Okay.
Moving right along. Here's a 5K.
All right.
So we have them through April, and then we could possibly move away from Computer Magic? Or,
Yes, we'll have to, because 10 won't be enough. So we'll
Okay.
for sure have to find somebody else.
okay.
I haven't started that. I'm not sure what other options there are. But I'm sure there are some.
You know 1 through fire and EMS, right?
I do?
Yeah. They're pretty reasonable.
Are they?
Um,
Oh, sorry. That was sarcastic.
let's see. Going on to
Alright.
admin, office, and supply, or no, website, credit card payments.
Yep, that's a 0, it looks like.
Zeroed out.
Office and supply. So office and supply, we have,
What,
sorry, go ahead.
one of the public comments kind of refreshed my memory on this. Are we gonna have to incur a credit card payment for the water and sewer payments? Are we gonna have to pay a fee? The village?
Yes, but that's on
Not
water
the-
and
Not
sewer.
the constituents, but the village is gonna have to
Yes.
pay a fee.
If they use a savings account or checking account, but that is on water sewer.
Okay, all right. So that's zeroed
And
out.
we have PSN for building permits and other things,
Mhm.
but it's all set up that those are paid by the user, not the village.
All right. Okay, admin office supply, I'm showing $1,650. We're at $263. Can we shave some off of that bad boy?
So the actual year-to-date, 696.31. I think we could do 1,000 there.
1,000? Okay.
Yeah. And that's like your toilet tissues and all that other kind of thing, or? Like you use the contract? I know Lisa used that
No, the-
contracting company for,
Quill. We don't
yeah.
use Quill anymore. We use Amazon. It's a lot
Alright.
cheaper.
Beautiful.
all right, so
but no,
changing it to what, 1,000?
Office supply is literally pens, Post-its.
All right,
Do we think we even need 1,000?
Yes.
Okay.
all right.
'Kay.
Postage, that fluctuates kind of through the year, but
We have we have 4 elections next year,
Oh,
and I don't know if we have a separate, do we have a separate election postage? That's what I'm checking here.
yeah, that one might not be able to move too much.
we got election supply and expense.
We
Oh,
do.
yeah.
Oh, that's pretty.
And is,
And all the tax bills, we get billed for postage as well. So year-to-date for postage, we're at $976.94. And it's 1,300. I would keep it at 1,300. It was budgeted for 1,500 in 2025, so it still is a decrease of 200.
okay.
That's just my suggestion, but you guys
Yep.
ultimately get to decide.
We want realistic goals here,
Yeah.
Lucy, so
No, I
that's why your opinion, counts a lot. We're not sitting in the office on a daily basis like you are, so if 1,300 is what you need,
Yeah,
then.
keep it.
Moving on to admins, what is that?
Subscription and printing.
Yeah.
So year-to-date, we're at 392.88. No, that can't be right. How did that go down?
I see we're at,
Because it says 420. Oh, I'm on postage still, that's why. Okay.
I see we're at 392.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 392.88. And that they brought from 1,000 down to 300.
Okay.
Oh, 400, maybe?
I am just curious.
I'd like to know what it is.
So it is the subscription for our newspaper. It is, okay, and then it is Jefferson County Economic Development fees. And then we have Adobe. Adobe's under here, which we use, and then Plod for the years, $89.99. So that is what
What
that
is Plod?
Plot is what I use to record the meetings, and then it helps transcribe them.
Okay. And is our Adobe, is that per computer?
I can't see on camera. But we just, yes, we use one subscription. I'm the only one that uses it in the office. Because we
Okay.
don't pay for a separate one for each user.
And the only reason I'm asking is there's two charges. There's Adobe monthly and then it says Adobe.
Yes, one's October, one's November.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's monthly.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All
Might as well
right.
leave it as it is. Okay.
That's what also allows us to do those weekly check runs.
Well, Sarah brought up, do we need to bump that to 400 then?
Yes, I think we should.
All right. All right. So now we are down to admin, training, and mileage.
These two had me a little concerned because we've made, I know we talked about training, we were under budget and things like that, but we made a huge jump here.
We did. So we're at $3,465.45. And I'll be real honest with you. I just submitted my mileage reimbursement for the year, which is an additional $700 that's going on there. In the past, $2,500 been budgeted. The only person that, frankly, has done training in the last 10 years was just the administrator. And the treasurer was maybe allowed to do one thing. Utility clerk in the past 10 years has had 0 training, and the admin assistant has had 0 training. So that $7,000 that was put in there, that was compiled of the clerks conference for the clerk going. It is virtual, but the Treasurers Institute and the Clerks Institute, which is virtual, but that is to get our certification or remain certified through the state, through the Clerks Association. And then that also includes the League of Wisconsin Municipalities trainings as well as just, so all that $700 that I submitted for the year, that was for just mileage. And that was to all of the tax training, the clerks trainings. We have Thursday, we go to the Verona Fire Department because we don't have our own vehicle for the Village of Cambridge. We submit for mileage for any of the trainings that we drive to with our own vehicle. And it's 70 cents a mile for reimbursement, just to let you know.
But now that we've been through these trainings, do we foresee them being a yearly?
They all are, yes, because the state laws and everything is constantly changing, and so that is where we get all of the updated information.
Are there scholarships or any other
Yes. Yep.
additional funding?
There are scholarships. I did apply for a scholarship for the clerks. I got denied, but was told that to apply again next year. But there are scholarships that will cover, give you $500 off or $1,000 off. My hope is that the utility clerk and the clerk are able to do more trainings because, like I said, it was just very much that $2,500 covered one person.
Well, I'd like to shave $2,000 off that.
Okay.
I think the trainings should be only what's absolutely necessary, in my opinion.
If we have an opportunity to do it and it's virtual, we need to maximize those virtual opportunities.
The only virtual trainings that there are the Treasurers Institute and the Clerks Institute, which those are both a full week. They used to be in person, but since COVID, they've gone completely virtual, just to let you know.
Is
Definite-
5,000 realistic for 2026?
Yeah, we'll make it work.
All right. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for training, but I think we have to make some changes there, so. And then what is supply, admin, supply, and expenses? I feel like that's a duplicate.
So the last one was the office expenses, so this one is different. We're at $766.77. So this one is more of the non-office supplies. This is going to be the, well, I'm not sure if paper. Honestly, we can intermingle both of these, to be honest with you. And let me bring this up and we can see what we put under. And part of how we code is where we have money left here, to be honest with you, for supplies. Let's see here. So this is our facts. Here we have a District 4 meeting in Wanakee. So there's a charge to go to that. So that went under there. First aid supplies. The EFACs. This, I would like to point out, this was reimbursed by myself. This $73.84. Tissue, calculator. This was a frame for her recognition certificate that was ordered per the trustees. This is for the applaud device for recording. This is a keyboard, and then, oh, these are business cards. So this is, and then more business cards.
And who do we print business cards for?
The staff members.
All of the staff members?
All 4 in the office have business cards, except, yes, all 4.
Why would we do that? I mean, I can maybe see the clerk and the, I mean, I don't know. Who do we give our business cards to, I guess, would be the question that I'm asking.
When people come in every day and we write notes like with directions and stuff, we use them every day. I mean, we could certainly, we just ordered them for everybody, so we're good unless staff changes, but,
I feel like things like that, anything that's color printed or even, you know, I mean, that gets expensive. So I think if we can put it on a Post-it note or a postcard or something, I would like to see some of that decreased a little bit.
At the library, sometimes they use paper, the back of paper, and cut it up. You know, as long as it doesn't have any important documents.
it has all our contact information on there, so if we're, you know, reaching out and our email address, but yes, we can get rid of those. I myself and the clerk will also use our business card when we go to like meetings, like this Thursday. When I go to Verona, I'll make sure to have some as well to take.
Well, there's an app you can put on your business phone where you can just hand your info off to them. Like you can just press a button.
So we can cut business cards. That's absolutely fine. That
So what are you
was
looking at
maybe
for-
$100 total of the $700.
I'd like to take it to like $1,200 if we could.
For supply.
The
and
supply
expenses?
and expenses. I mean, it's not a huge cut, but
Okay.
We got, how many people leaving? Paula? Yeah.
Okay, so
1,200.
next is publications and hearing notices. We are currently at $1,155.85.
For where? Where are we at?
she's kind of going through what the
Oh.
expenses were in there.
And 1,200 was budgeted for, and so we're gonna be right at the $1,200 mark, because we have, nope, we didn't pay the bill yet, so that's pretty spot on. They raised it to 2,000. I think that should be fine. We can put that down to 1,200.
For
one?
For the publications and hearing.
Well, I was talking about supplies and expenses, because you talked about business cards and stuff like that.
Yes, no, so that was reduced to 1,200.
So we
1,200.
got two in a row reduced to 1,200. All right.
And so we think publication and hearing notices can go to 1,200 too?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as our public hearings slow down.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of public hearings.
Or do you want to take it to 1,500? I mean, I don't know.
I think 1,200 should be fine.
12 should be fine. All right. Poll worker wages. We got a lot of elections. Is that a fair assessment?
That should be fine, yes. We have 4 elections. The year-to-date's 2418, and this is 2960. I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
Elections.
That's what I was just gonna say.
We didn't have any
Right.
elections in November or anything.
We didn't in November, but we had, I think there were 3 this year.
All right.
We had August. No, we didn't have August.
No.
So ours were both in the spring, so that's going to jump up, because you can see 2024,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't we move that to 3,500?
3,500?
3,500?
Mm-hmm.
Got to keep it realistic.
Yeah, I agree.
so it's currently at 4,000 for election supply and expenses?
We were looking at poll worker wages.
Oh, you want that
Yeah.
increased it to 3,500, okay,
500.
apologies. Okay, got it. So election supply and expenses year-to-date for this year's $2,628.12. And we put 4,000 in there, and I would keep it at 4,000.
Say that with, would you say 4 elections? Yeah,
4
that
elections.
seems reasonable.
Okay. Through one page.
Cooking along.
So through the one page, where are we at with our number? I know it's like paint
Two-
drying out there, but can we blow that up?
204,
What?
Yeah, that's about right.
$204,344.
What was it, 204?
204.
344.
So we cut 20,000.
204, 344. Moving right along. All right.
So now we're in audit and accounting.
Audit and accounting.
So to date, it says we've spent 14,000. But we have budgeted 30.
We can reduce that.
15?
I think that 15,000 would be
15?
safe to say.
Just-
Our contract with, our 3-year contract with Bauman is up
Mm-hmm.
at the end of this year. And I plan to reach out, but I think, yeah, 15 would
All
be, would be fair.
Good.
What is the actual for this year? I don't have it.
The actual's $14,031.75.
All right, contracted services.
And you're cutting that one to 15,000?
Yep.
Correct.
Thank you.
So this is another one that we seem to have a huge number budgeted for, and we don't spend nearly as much. 'Cause
What
we have
is the specific contracted services we're paying for here? Because we contract a lot of services. Engineering, legal.
But those, I think, each have their own category.
Right.
So part of workforce was under here. I don't know if that was that looks like that was an error. Give me a second, just seeing here.
Is legal under there? No.
We have Ellers,
No.
we
Engineering.
have the technology for the dog license software that we have to have. We have Dane County Land Treasure fees. We have MSA for map creation. Dane County, our town web contract for our website.
I feel like that's gonna be really variable depending on what comes up. I don't know how we come up with a realistic number for that.
Yeah, I mean, we have budgeted now 23,000, little over 23,000, but to date, we've spent 6,500.
I think we can bring that down to about 18.
That's what I would like to see it at, like 17, 18.
What do you say, Sarah? 18, 17?
Well, 17.5.
There you go. Meet in the middle.
Look at you, Switzerland.
Trying. Trying.
Is that realistic, Lucy?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Assessor contract fee.
I did look into this,
Yeah.
and
Wait a minute. Our building inspector would probably be on contracted services, right?
no,
No?
no.
Okay. Even though it's provided by MSA.
Correct. You'll see. That's
All
yet
right.
to come.
All right.
So our assessor that we use, that is not a long-term contract, but it has been 15,400 for the last. They have not raised their rates, and I kind of just did because I wasn't sure if we should go out for RFP. And I checked with the community surrounding us. This is the assessor that almost everybody uses.
Mhm.
They're out of Menasha. And being that it hasn't gone up in years, and we've had good results with our board of review, I would just keep it at that 15.4 as it has been for years. But again, that's
I think
Fine
it
with
makes
that.
sense.
Even though we're at 13 something now.
Yeah.
What are we at now?
Well, according to this, we're at 15.4.
Okay. All right.
So I guess it makes sense to keep it consistent.
Well, it's kind of suspect that they haven't raised their rates, right? I mean, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but
Also don't want to raise any,
Yeah.
any red flags
Yeah.
either.
Got a couple zeros here. Board of review per diem, showing that we haven't zero on that one.
it was honestly probably put as committee members. I'm guessing that Judy does the per diems, and
that-
assuming she didn't put it under board of review per diem, she just probably put it under committee.
So
I
it's
honestly, I'd be fine with zeroing it out. It's
Zero
just
it
very
out. All right.
confusing
perfect.
Zero it out.
for anyone doing per diems,
All right.
because that's only once a year.
Nice.
Okay, I'm showing that municipal building hourly wages is highlighted, so that's already been determined. And
Yep,
that's for
that-
cleaning fee?
that
Cleaning
is-
contract?
Yes, that's our cleaning guy.
Yep.
And that is an item that was not included in the budget for 2025, but year-to-date, we're at $11,933.68.
How did we not have that in the budget? Never mind.
We were between cleaners, and then that's split with the library, right?
No, the library has their own portion. That's our portion.
So the 10,000,
That is not going to be high enough. I would say 13,000.
13?
Are you guys okay with that?
What are we at right now?
Because we are at $11,993.68,
I'm fine with 12,000.
and we have 6 weeks left in the year, so I think 13,000.
Yeah,
All right,
makes sense.
10K. 2 steps forward, 8 steps back. Let's see.
So fringes, is that their taxes and stuff?
Yep.
Okay.
Which I don't know why
Why is it 0?
the dollar zeroed that one out. Year to date, we're at 564.93. I would think 600.
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah,
Yep. Gotta pay taxes.
going in the wrong direction though, so let's get back on to the save train here. It's utilities, that's already
Maintenance and repair, I think is our next one.
maintenance and repair. I'm showing 10 grand. We've spent 2.
Can
So
we
this
take
we
that?
can go down.
I was gonna say, can we take it to 5?
4 or 5, 4 or 5.
Year to date, we're at $4,939.25.
We go to 5. We got
about-
6 weeks.
how about
6.
6?
6. Sound good.
I like 6. Okay.
All right. Next one is municipal building supplies.
This is where, this is the toilet paper, the soap for the bathrooms, light bulbs. So year to date, we're at $2,222.10.
Can we go to
25?
25?
25?
2,500 was budgeted, yes.
Okay.
All right. I'm going all the way down here. It looks like to contingency fund, 0. Sundry expenses. This comes up every time.
I have no idea what sundry expenses
I think that's
is.
like the soda machine or something.
No, it's not
No?
the soda machine.
So you do know what it is.
I know that because I remember I looked it up, and we pay something out of this, which again, hang on, we pay for something. Oh, okay, Pepsi Cola.
Weird.
Okay, when
It's like I work here. Let's see.
that was in January, so that all we make money off of the soda machine. So that then gets deposited, but not into sundry expenses, so that is why you would not see that.
So should
Then
this-
we have the Destination Madison donation. This was done before it was one of the last bills paid by a former administrator. This is something we've always paid. It went up. It was like, I want to say in 2024, it was like $150 or $200, and it went up to $400.
We don't need that.
We don't need that.
And
Let's get rid of that.
then the safe deposit box at Badger Bank, it's $100 a year.
What is in that? What's in that? Why do we need that?
I'd love to go and check it out and see what, find the keys and see what's in there.
Yeah, maybe. I
And
don't-
cancel it while we're there.
Well, Chris,
Yeah, I
you're
don't think we need
you're
it.
on the bank accounts.
Maybe
You
I'll
can
go
go
check it
there and
out.
check out and see what good things are in there.
Badger Bank? Okay.
Badger Bank.
Isn't it titles to vehicles and that sort of thing?
Is that necessary to keep in?
That's what we did for fire commission, I know. all the
Right. Yeah, I mean, we that's a little different because nobody
got a
can
safe
keep
here
track
in
of
the office,
anything
though,
for the
right?
fire, for the fire commission. But
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Could have swore we had a safe in the office.
We do not. That's on our safety and security. Okay, so what would we like to reduce this one to?
0.
Well, can we at least get rid of that destination, what, I don't even know what that is, that destination Madison?
It's like they put our name on, like
Yeah.
for their visit Dane County stuff.
Everybody knows where Cambridge is. Get rid of it.
Huh?
Yeah. I don't think we need, what, maybe 200?
I'd say 200.
And if we're making money off the soda, I mean, that should counter some of that expense, right?
Yes, that should, and the soda gets, I don't know where Judy deposits it to, but then we don't even order it anymore. If you could see that last time it was ordered was in January. Now we just use the soda money and replenish it ourselves.
Okay.
I think like a Pepsi Cola person obviously came and did like a big delivery. I'm not sure. Okay, so now,
I see a lot of highlighted for police, and then all the way down to fire department, 2% dues. So then comes the huge one here, the fire and EMS village share. So can you kind of update us on that, Kristen?
No. I have reached out to Deer Grove EMS to give us a quote. The quote would be that the realistic answer is if we change service, it would be mid-year. To be able to do that, it would not be
What's a
beginning.
fair placeholder number, though? I mean, even if we have to go back to what we paid in 2025,
What did we pay total in 2025? Or what is our, was it 4 something?
it's, in 2025, it's $147,888 times 4.
You're gonna make me mad. Would you say sorry, say it again.
$147,888 times 4.
591,
so $600,
600,000.
or 600,000.
I wish it was $600, Chris.
But I mean, realistically, we have to put that because that's where we got in trouble last time when we were originally going to put in $300,000 for fire and EMS, and then Chuck came in and was chatting about how we had $100,000 in reserves, and we somehow came out of this meeting shaving $100,000 off of that to $200,000, and that set us up for failure for the year because after first quarter we were like, oh, we have $60-some thousand left. So I think we have to be responsible and put $600,000 here, and if there is savings, we will see it as the year goes on, but we can't be
Can't
in a
underestimate
situation
it.
where we just throw in a number and then hope for the best, because
completely agree.
then we'll be borrowing again.
I would like to say 500, but I don't know that that's realistic.
What?
How much would that reasonable?
A hefty chunk.
So right now we're what, at 3 something?
We put 375.
I think realistically, Lucy, as much as I hate to do it, we gotta
Say
be
500?
I mean, we have had some savings
We
so
have had
far
some
this
savings
last
so
quarter,
far.
but we're still paying the,
Yeah.
Also, though, for the police contract, that number is gonna go down.
That number's going to go down as well,
So
too.
I
Right
did
now
lower
it's
it
at-
though already, so keep that in mind. I lowered it to 350.
What was
is
it?
that taking Chad into consideration?
No,
All right.
that was just I think on, Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, like the vehicle expenses and things on there.
Those things are all added in, but then they're not actually,
Yeah, so.
they're like estimated, but they're not
Yeah,
actuals.
because I want to say it was at 389
387.
or 380, it's very similar, very close.
See,
So 350
and I
is
put-
realistic?
I put 350 and that's realistic, but again, we have no idea who we're gonna hire.
Yeah, or the training that they're going to be taking that we don't pay for as the year progresses.
I mean,
But let's, for fire and EMS, do you think we can agree upon 500,000?
Yeah.
Is a fair assessment, and then whether we go with the Deer Grove option or whether we stick with what we have, we're not going to be in that situation where,
Oops.
oh,
Yeah.
we got a fourth quarter due and we don't have the money in our coffers to pay for it.
I'm not convinced that contracting will be cheaper,
It will if an ambulance isn't sitting in that bay.
for sure.
Yes. Because here, if we have an ambulance in-house, we are talking, we have crew quarters, we have all kinds of expenses related there. We know realistically, we cannot afford to have an ambulance sitting in that bay.
Okay.
And yeah, and he wasn't able to give us
Yeah, we can't really.
numbers, but he did say without the ambulance in the bay.
Okay. Then I'd be okay with 500, I think.
So if you want to bump that to 500,000, Lucy.
yep, I did.
All right, thank you.
That hurts.
Excuse me, Kristen, is there
Yes.
a timeline that all might happen?
As far as if we transition
Yes.
is the word I'm looking for, to Deer Grove, it would be minimum of 3 months, probably realistically 6 months. So we would still have the first half of the year roughly.
First couple, yeah, you almost have the budget for 2 quarters.
halfway through the year with the way the IGA is.
Because if we file the amendment, which now I was just actually told that Lake Mills just passed the amendment, so the only one we're waiting on is Christiana to pass the amendment, which allows us to potentially change service.
It doesn't require you to immediately upon passage.
No, no, no.
All right, where are we at here?
Fire and
We
EMS.
just threw all of our
We
savings
just
out the window.
tossed everything right out the
But-
window.
But that's how,
Well, let's take a peek at where we're at.
yeah.
I don't even want to.
$306,375 over.
306, what?
375. 306, 375.
But it's, again, it's realistic. We've taken a beating on how unrealistic our budget was for 2025, because I honestly think, when we were going through that, we didn't think Oakland was going to pull out.
No,
You know-
everyone assumed they would rescind at the 11th hour.
And with Oakland pulling out, we've got the lion's share of it. So
that was
it's
just,
not a woe is me kind of situation, but it's the reality of the
the
situation
reality.
we're in. So with that being said, where are we at now with,
we're
The
at
fire protection
Fire
hydrant
protection.
rental.
yeah.
And
we got-
that is a separate agenda item, and I wanted to share there's some details that I was informed of, which we weren't previously privy to that knowledge regarding, I just put like an information page. Ellers assisted with the resolution. It's in full, that can be modified to partial. I would just like to say, and just from and my personal take, if we did, I know we trustees threw out even just like the 33%. If we did the 33% for 2026, the impact would only be
$7, some odd dollars
Yeah,
extra
yes.
on water.
No, I'm
That's on
talking
the
about for
water bill. She's talking about
I'm talking
totals.
about for the general, for the general fund. It would only be just over $400,000 that it frees up. Because again, we have to account for January and February
Did you
because
say
it takes
400 or 40?
for 40,000.
Oh, you said-
40,000.
I think
I'm
you said
Okay.
400
I was like,
In weeks, so.
Yeah.
No, it would only free up $40,000-ish dollars because we have to take 40,000 from that. Even if we rolled over the whole amount, we could, again, we did the math last Thursday, that 264,933 divided by 12, in January and February, we would responsibly need to keep those budgeted for. because of the time period with reporting this to the PSC. Again, money's money, so freeing up some of the general fund. Some of the new information is that those with sewers, and something that was passed at Water Sewer recently was allowing 6 new partials to have sewer on Billstead Road. I think, Sarah, were you at that meeting? We would be able to charge those that aren't using our water, but they are taxpayers in the village of Cambridge, a bill for the PFP
Because of sewer?
fee, because they would get a bill for just the PFP.
Just the PFP?
So those would be people with wells.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I didn't articulate that well, but,
don't have-
and that's in that sheet. So I just wanted to share that information, because like I thought it is a good idea to even do partial, but the impact in 2026 would be very little. If you did partial for the next 3 years, eventually that would be very impactful, but for next year, it would not necessarily be, because we have that reporting to do.
So if we did 50%,
That's what I was gonna suggest too.
that's $132,466. So if we take off the 44,000 roughly for that, it's 88,460. Something.
Yeah, it helps dwindle that 306 down a little bit. I don't know, I almost want to rip the Band-Aid off.
For the whole thing, taking off the 44,000 would be 220,933.
So this would be about 86,000 then. Granted, we have more lines to go,
I was going to say,
but it would make it 86,000 that we have yet to cut.
Can you put like a little asterisk and a little note on there of what the percentages, or if it's what you just figured out there?
so full at 100% minus the 44,000 is 220,933, and then
Something we can go back and look at after we're done with the other line items.
is it 264,
You know.
933.
And Kristen, I think if you said, I think at 50%, it was like 80
Was
something.
minus 44,000 was 88,466.
Okay.
All right.
Which brings it down to what?
So it went from 264 to 88,000?
Roughly, if we did 50%, because we have to keep 44,000 in place for January, February.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, let's,
All right, so now we are on to inspections.
building inspection?
Yeah.
did we
Looks
jump
like-
that so much?
Can we shave that down to like at least 25? Why is it all the way up to 45?
Well,
So year-to-date, we're at $41,956.74. All of our permit fees have just been increased.
Yeah.
But it was 30,000 was budgeted for 2025. We also changed who we're working with, as well. My recommendation would be to keep it at 30,000. We have a lot of new homes that are going to be going up, and the building permits pay for a good portion of it, but there's still fees that the village is responsible for.
but you think keeping it at 30,000
think
instead of 45?
I think 30,000 would be
Okay.
fair,
Okay.
yes. Especially with our increased in building permit fees, they were increased that way specifically. I worked with Stephanie from MSA to make sure that we would stay in the black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
agree
as
with
the,
that.
as the year progresses, if we are seeing those fees covering more, let us know. You know, I will see it, the actual, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Engineering, MSA, it's not cheap.
No, considering we're already at 53,000, 54,000 for the year. So I think unfortunately we've raised it from,
So I will say, this is where we're gonna see an increase, because legal, again, this is just since I implemented using MSA for planning and zoning, that is going to go up because legal has gone down. I think, since June, we've spent under $10,000 on legal, maybe even under 5. But planning and zoning, because I'm utilizing Steve, the zoning administrator, to assist with all of these public hearings and developments, rezones, comprehensive plan amendments, land divisions, and so on and so forth. Now, those fees were also increased to help cover this. The Village of Cambridge did not have fees for land division. We didn't have like comprehensive plan amendment. That is a new application and fee that was just implemented halfway through the year.
Yeah.
So we were just eating all those costs.
Wouldn't it be fair to bring that to 30K?
well, because what concerns me is up to May, end of May, we had expenses of $7,483, but to date, we have 53,000. So 5 months, 6 months. We've added $46,000.
A lot of it, a lot of the engineering services was the highway PQ. And that is not, we're not gonna be reimbursed for that. So that is for all of the bridge that's going to be put in. All the real estate, all those documents that the board just went and approved in the check for the limited easement, payoff and whatnot. All of that work, even though it's not a village project, it's a county project, we still had to pay for all of that. And I could get a grand total together, but I'm sure that alone was over $10,000.
And we're not getting any of that back?
No, it's just our responsibility. It is a county bridge and a county,
Oh,
yes.
$10,000 is pretty cheap for a bridge, though.
true. Okay. Well,
Any wiggle room on that one there, Lucy? About 30K?
I think 30K is fair, yes.
Because I'm thinking a lot of those have to do with your development by the Quick Trip area and, and with the new fee schedule, I think that's gonna take
Yeah,
a
that-
lot of that wind
of
out
it.
of the sails, or possibly throw some wind in the sails of the developers now that they're gonna have to cover those fees. Especially the engineering fees, which we've kind of covered before.
yeah, that still baffles me.
So 30K?
Yep.
All right. All right. Now we got a big ticket item here, but that's in yellow.
We're down to
Well-
tree and brush.
Yep, can I, it's up to you guys if you want me to take a moment. I did delve into the wages. I think last Thursday, I was not sure if Ellers, when they put the wages in for all of the different areas, I was not sure if there was any increase. So I went and I added all the wages. I compared it to our current. And I did create a separate spreadsheet I can show you. I just need to make sure that let me unplug this for a second. I need to make sure the employees' names are hidden. But basically, my point on the wages is that No, okay. That we are able to do a 3% wage increase. Keep in mind, when I did this chart, and I'm bringing this up. There we go. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have any names on here. So this is the annual gross pay for all the employees. This is with a proposed 3% raise, and we have the 2 part-timers, so that's at 20 hours a week, 52. The budgeted amount for all the different areas was $532,261. And then the total with the 3% increase would be $530,997.79. I do want to also, though, a big factor of being under that number is we will be posting the utility clerk position later this week once the posting's approved. And the very top end of that pay range is it's going from $31.09 down to $25. So there's a big significant saving right there. But I have this as $25 for that position.
And is it part-time or full-time?
It's full-time.
Traditionally, when we've talked about the wages and salaries, we'll kind of take our cues from what the state does. And I do believe the state increased theirs by 3%. Cost of living was 3%. So that's traditionally what we start off at, and then we kind of take a look at where we are with the budget and either add or subtract. So
I just wanted to share that because we put those as yellow, and I was not sure where Ellers came. I gave them all my information, and they filled in the wages into the different said areas. And some of those said areas are water sewer, they go under water sewer storm, not the general fund.
Yeah.
Most employees are split where certain percentages, but this just wanted to give you a visual, and then it's up to you guys to recommend to the village board on how you would like to proceed with that. But I'm also able to plug in other percentages in here too. So
yeah, I'm fine with the 3%, but I want to think back. Like, most of our staff negotiated their pay this year, right? I mean,
Good part of them.
yourself, Cody came on as the so
Jesse came on, Blake came on,
yeah.
Rocco came on.
So I think this is why we usually save the personnel part towards the end of this.
Yeah.
So if we could do
Nope,
that,
that's fine.
that way we're not kicking the can, but we're making a realistic look at this from a standpoint of, can we afford the 3%?
Yep, I just wanted to share that because I did digging for that.
This is not an indictment on our personnel. We have great people working for us. But this kind of how we usually go about it is, what's the state do? I think they're at 3% this year, and then go through our exercise of futility here of hopefully subtracting some more thousands off, and then taking a look at where we're at the end, and plugging in that personnel percentages.
Yep, and then because Sarah's new to the board, last year was 2%, just to let you know.
I was gonna say it was 2%.
Yep.
I do think it's important to take
State was
into
2%.
And they're saying 2020 for Wisconsin state employees, 2026, 2% is the raise.
Okay, so that's why we start out that as kind of the foundation, because you're getting your retirement through the state and everything else, so we kind of base it off of that and then move forward. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I think it is important to take into consideration, they're all relatively
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
employees with, so that's, I think
Yeah.
that's a factor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So where are we now?
So
Alright.
tree and brush?
Tree and brush.
We're at tree and brush.
Tree and brush has been, ooh. There's a price we pay for being Tree City USA, right? That's tree brush, and they should put leaves in there too. 15.
What are we thinking, Cody?
15,000 for 2025. We reached, I believe our actual is, just a moment. I gotta line up my, I'll speak up in a moment. I apologize.
Cody, I have the actual year-to-date $14,311.77.
Thank you. There it is. I have a workhorse up as well. So we reached that 14,000 in, I believe, June. We went through the majority of our tree budget only halfway through the year. So I would like for it to remain at 15,000 if possible.
How did we get to get to the almost budgeted number halfway through the year? What all happened?
We had a few storms come through, but that really came through in August. But the more and more you look around in our canopy, the more problems you see, and we'll get calls from residents that say, hey, I'm very concerned about this tree, and one that we may not have seen, that may not have been on our radar, and we go and inspect it, and sure enough, it's hollow, and it's threatening their house, their vehicles, the sidewalk, the public right-of-way. So
And is that just trees that are in the terrace?
just trees in the terrace.
Okay.
If we do already have a list going for 2026, and they're not small trees. They'll be rather expensive. So I would like to see the 15,000 remain intact, and we actually reduced that last year from 20,000 to 15.
I'd like to see you be able to work within the 10,000 range. Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be the emergencies that we can't forecast. But I think if there's a way that we can shave 5,000 off of that.
The way to bring it down would be to just not cut down as many trees that potentially could harm property, or
Because we contract out, right? Every time
if
we have it. Yeah.
yes, correct. This is the amount that we use to contract out the trees that we can't take care of in-house ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we can take care of a decent amount as long as there's no power lines, et cetera, but
I think if we could shave it down to 10, and then as the year progresses, if it looks like, you're gonna have to, there's something that's an emergency or something that's gonna cause, you can bring it up through Public Works, and we'll have to figure out, but then it's a case-by-case basis.
it is,
right?
it's a, correct. So we can bring it down to 10, just know that a situation may arise where we have no option, and we have to blow the budget if need be for several reasons, safety primarily.
Yeah.
So
What if we do 12?
I was gonna say 12 or 12.5.
I'd be all right. I'd be all right with 12. It's
12?
yeah.
I have to say, just walking back and forth, I've seen a number of trees that I am surprised have not fallen yet. You know, they have, I mean, my 10-year-old grandson could probably crawl into the hole at the base of the tree. I mean, it's that big on some of them.
We do prioritize dangerous trees over less dangerous trees, to put it not very scientifically, but
It's all right.
But
There's a method to your madness.
you know, you've got a new laborer that's gone to some classes and everything, so that he'll be able to facilitate, hopefully, taking some of these, not large trees, but some of these trees down, so.
Absolutely. I would very much like to train up the new laborer to be.
I'd rather spend that 5 for training, you know, or, you know, I'd rather
Absolutely,
put
yeah.
that towards, you know, making sure our forester is up to speed and everything. And, you know, it's also a thing you got to think about with Cambridge as a whole. You know, I don't want to be cutting down a bunch of trees when we're celebrating I believe it's our 20th anniversary of Tree City USA, you know, for next year, so.
This is also the budget for tree planting as well. Just primarily, we've used it for removing trees because it's a little more important to take down the dangerous tree rather than to
Yeah.
plant one. But I would be fine with reducing it to 12. Just know that if a situation does arise that we need to take a tree down, that we have very little option.
All right.
12?
I'm fine with 12.
Okay.
And Lucy and I did go through the entire Public Works and Parks budget prior to this, and we tried to make as many reductions before we even got to this meeting.
That's good to know.
Where are we
I
at?
believe we're at computer maintenance.
600.
I think that's realistic. What about shop supplies? So obviously I know this can be variable, but we have budgeted 4,000 and to date we've spent $549.
So Lucy and I, there's two different, there's shop supplies and then a few lines down there's supplies.
Uh-huh.
So we zeroed supplies.
No, we
And-
kept supplies at 1,000.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
I apologize. I apologize. Kristen, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
So this year we had budgeted 4,000.
Yes.
We have so far spent $549 just on that shop supplies line. And here we have 2,500 budgeted.
Correct. And yes, we reduced it from 4 down to 25 already. And you
And
are
then
correct. We've only spent roughly 500.
And then we have another 1,000 down in the, so we basically have 3,500 for supplies. And we've spent 1,300.
Yes, because
It can-
Kirsten, you're seeing that for public works supplies in 2025, nothing was budgeted. And then obviously that was being used for coding instead of just the
Right.
other. I personally suggest we keep public works supplies at 0 and just try to use one or the other.
I would
Like
be,
shop supplies and supplies, just to make it simpler from accounting perspective.
Well, if you've only used $549 and the year's almost up, I mean, why do you need $3,500,
So-
$3,400?
So 549.61 plus 832.38, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1,300-ish, 1,400-ish.
Let's do
It-
1,500.
So could we do 15 or 1,600?
down from 35.
Yeah.
Could we do 2,000? That'd be all right. It varies from year to year. I'm assuming at least like this year we had to replace one of our Milwaukee drills because it was just old and it finally kicked the can, and that's a tool we've had for a long time. That was $200. So that's where those funds come from. So there are other more expensive tools, but
So could we do 2,000?
would be 2,000 be reasonable?
And 0 at the other one.
Yeah.
And then just to let you know, for the 2024 actuals between both line items, the shop supplies and the public works supplies, in 2024, they went over 3,000. They're at like 3,300, just to give you an idea.
And I think that's because things were being not properly coded. There was quite a few things that I remember seeing that went under shop supplies that I thought could have went under something else. So
So
we're
we're
doing-
taking it from 3,500 to 2,000, is that what I'm hearing?
35 to 2,000, yes.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Equipment vehicle repair.
This was the line I was thinking of. So there's vehicle repairs and equipment vehicle repair. Lucy and I consolidated them into just equipment and vehicle repair, eliminating vehicle repair as zeroing out that line. I believe we did raise this to 12,000, primarily because we didn't purchase the new plow truck, so the repairs for the existing one that we have it's not getting any better. It does require more maintenance and cost, so that's why we raised it to 12,000 for equipment and vehicle repair.
So in 2025, we had budgeted 10,000 for both, because the vehicle, so equipment, vehicle repair, and then the next line under that is vehicle repair. So we had in 2025, we had 10,000 for equipment, vehicle repair. We had 0 under vehicle repairs. And to date, we've spent 5,300 from what I can see.
Yep, between the
Am I doing
two.
that right?
Yep,
Yeah.
you're doing that right.
I'd like to bring it to 10.
So could we do 10? Since, I mean, we fully understand bad things happen. Things blow up.
Yeah, this is a budget, you know,
Yeah.
it's not,
Yep.
not etched in stone,
But
but,
And just so you're aware, I do have a mobile mechanic to come check out the truck in question, because I don't feel very comfortable driving it to another city to have it checked out.
and that's realistic.
And I think I'm anticipating that repair bill to be costly. I'm thinking probably $3,000 or $4,000. So
Which would still, even for this year, take us
Correct.
to our 10,000 roughly. So can
Correct.
we,
I think we could do 10. Yes.
10?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I interject an idea, or is that not allowed?
Why not?
Have you considered leasing a vehicle, and then if you can capitalize that expense, and then all maintenance is covered by the lease company?
Something to look into.
I know we did that earlier for an end loader. For personal reasons, I wouldn't lease, but I think for a company, I think it or a municipality, I think it makes sense. So you could lease a new plow truck, get rid of the old one. You don't have any maintenance costs other than tires, and you'd have. Again, I think you can capitalize that expense.
I think it's something to look into.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Steve.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
All right, where are we at?
I believe that would bring us down to fuel, because we,
We got street signs.
oh,
Oh, nope, you're right.
Fuel.
Fuel. Cool. Look at me jumping
so
ahead.
we reduced this from 15 to 12.5, and
Our year-to-date is $6,292.32.
so the majority of fuel comes from plowing, comes from our winter months.
Sure.
So most of those expenses are December, January, and February.
Okay.
So we still could rack up quite a bit of fuel expenses in November and December of this year, which I would think would raise us not quite to the 12.5 mark. But
So in 24, we did 9,375.
and we also had a light winter last year. So it's I would say it's mainly what kind of winter are we going to get? It's really hard to predict. So
Right.
I think we need to plan on having the money for it. I mean, you just don't know what's gonna happen. It's
11?
something that has to get done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
certainly. Certainly.
It's not like we're not going to pay our fuel bill regardless. So, but I think we can
11?
11.
Yeah.
11.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
All
No
right.
hot laps around the block.
Those roundabouts.
Those roundabouts that we don't have. All right.
Miscellaneous. What's that?
Street signs
Street signs.
or
Street signs.
Street signs.
Don't bring up yours.
Mine isn't even a street sign. Don't even start.
This is taped over. Gotta pay
So-
for those Whiskey Way. They keep getting
I
ripped
keep
off.
getting stolen.
I think they stole another one out there.
Seriously? Come on.
it
Can we
gets
like
it gets stolen all the time.
can we like
Whiskey Thief
electrify
Way.
that thing
It's
or
like-
whatever?
Yeah.
Can we change the name so they stop stealing it?
I think they sell them. They sell the signs at the distillery.
They do sell them. Yeah.
So, I mean,
Dang.
Well, it's cheaper to steal it.
yeah.
True story.
It's way cooler too.
Yeah, granted. Had
So
a couple of those when I was a kid, but you know, we
think it was
outgrow
like-
that after a while.
I mean,
Well,
if you
most
look
of
at
us
it,
outgrow
it's a sign
that.
of the times. It used to be High Street that
Yep, that was the
stolen
one.
quite a bit, right? So,
Oh, I guess we can leave that, don't you think?
street signs. Where are we at? 1,000?
Yeah. We've spent 1,000 this year. Technically, we've spent $1,000.62.
And
Is that from like the new development signs?
And that's we needed some more road closed signs. There's some signs in the vineyards that are just gone. They got broken off for whatever reason, and Vineyard Court, just off of Kenseth Way, we need a sign to be replaced there. There's some no parking. There's some no parking areas that we want to put in over by the middle school, and we need signs for no parking here to corner. There's signs, weight limit signs that I want to put up at Springwater Alley. Weight limit 6 tons, so we don't have just our brand new road doesn't get destroyed again. So
So you're thinking 1,000 is,
I think 1,000 is pretty reasonable. It can be reduced a little bit, but I mean there's not too much to reduce on 1,000.
yeah,
But
well, it gives people, a couple more whiskey thieves to steal, so. What is miscellaneous? Or do we want to keep it at 1,000 or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure what miscellaneous.
What does miscellaneous entail?
Does the developer pay for the signs by like Quick Trip and everything?
The DOT actually paid for the signs at Quick Trip.
For that what is it called?
Westgate.
Westgate?
Yep, DOT put those ones up.
All right.
We didn't have to,
Nice.
which was really awesome because really big and
Yeah.
expensive.
Well, another thing we gotta think about with signs is we have another welcome to Cambridge sign that needs to go up somewhere.
We do. And I did,
That's not included in,
No.
because we only put the one in?
they won't charge us for the materials, but they will charge us for the mobilization, which I spoke with them, and it'll be $125 just to have them come out, which I think is very reasonable.
So
they're-
they're only gonna charge us $125 to put that second sign in?
Yes.
Okay,
That's the quote they gave,
Okay.
that they gave me a few months ago.
But we have to still figure out where
Where-
we're gonna put it.
We have to
and
jump through all the hoops of where we're
Is
gonna
it
put
gonna
it.
be by the golf course? Is it gonna be by the other side of the road? All that. So that has to go into it. So is that $1,000 still gonna be able to be?
I think 1,000 will cover
Alright.
that, and
All right.
okay.
any other small sign related. We're just not gonna be buying a whole bunch of signs.
All right, miscellaneous is what?
I have no idea what goes into miscellaneous.
And this year we budgeted 1,000 and we've spent 2,700, so I'd like to know what's in that.
I think
Do we know what's in miscellaneous, Lucy?
that's a great question.
Flag repairs, drug screens, paint disposal, H&H fire protection, work boots, that should have went under uniforms, concrete disposal, land records, more flags. Oh, which these were then reimbursed, this 1415 was reimbursed. And that was, and the reimbursement was not entered in here, because that all should have gone under the Cambridge Foundation, because they paid for our last two flags.
Well, we
Good.
made a donation as a board too.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's what it was. But then the foundation.
Moving forward, the foundation said they would cover any of our flags.
Yes, thank you, sorry, because then we ordered more flags. But then drug screens, USPS letters for long grass notifications, a phone case for a work phone, and then a reimbursement for a winter jacket, which again, that should have been under
Clothing
uniforms.
Do we have, I was gonna say, don't we have that somewhere else?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we actually didn't spend $2,700 of miscellaneous.
No.
They were
I think
just,
miscellaneous is a dangerous.
I know.
Is a dangerous
It
one
is.
because then you could just code
You
it
can
under.
throw
and
anything
throw
in
it,
there.
You know.
Can we zero it
I think
and make
a
sure
lot of
that?
that is not coded correctly as well, outside of even
I mean,
the
just take that-
donations.
Well, I'm gonna speak on Judy's behalf. Everything that, well, like, a lot of this stuff has to come in coded by the guys.
So that's an education piece on
Yes.
our staff,
Yep,
which is fine. So
So
can we,
engineer out the problem and just take that code away.
yeah, I think that, yeah,
I like that.
can do that.
Okay,
Uh,
so miscellaneous to zero? Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking?
because it seems like a lot of that stuff should go
Goes somewhere else.
elsewhere.
Mhm.
And flag wise, I mean, we donated and we
Yeah.
had constituents donate and now the foundation said that they
The foundation did order, that's what that wasn't that was not the flake ordered, from the donations from the trustees and community members. That was an additional flake order. But the foundation did reimburse us.
So we can zero that out?
Yep.
Nice.
I think so, yeah.
All right.
I agree, it's a kind of a dangerous category.
Slippery slope there.
That was my favorite one, road salt.
This one gives me nightmares.
How do we sit right now with road salt?
We are packed to the gills.
Yeah, I don't,
So it all depends on what kind of winter we get.
yeah.
That's really the determining factor.
I'd like to get to a point where we're using a brine down the road, you know? So we can pre-stage, put the brine out and not use as much road salt, but
I would agree, and
I don't
actually,
think we're necessarily there yet, but, you know, it's something that we need to move forward, I think, as a village, environmentally wise. So.
yeah, I'm all for using less road salt.
So what can we shave this down to? Because I know if we run out, we would have to pay a premium through the
Yes.
county. But if we're packed to the gill, that should cover us for at least this winter.
Correct. So so I believe the order has already been submitted for next year. So I think that order was put in March. So it's weird how the way you have to order salt. You have to order way in advance to get this pricing with the Department of Transportation, and then later, if you need more, you can get an early fill, and then if you need more, you can buy more at a premium.
Right. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Cody, but how much did we use last year? Not. I mean,
It wasn't that much. It was,
I want to say maybe 4 iterations, maybe 4 rounds.
I think we used somewhere around 100,000 pounds, because we have the salt bunker holds about 300,000, and we went about a third into it. So,
And this is kind of one of those where it's a contract that we have, and you kind of have to pay. It's one of those where we should have probably highlighted it, but it's always some room for negotiation, somewhat,
if
because it's a contract we have,
So essentially, if we're budgeting, we're not budgeting for 26, we're budgeting for 27.
basically. And Melissa, how are we doing with having to cut off for like a couple minutes for the sound and everything? You still need to do that?
I was able to cut it in a spot where you guys weren't talking much, so we didn't lose anything there.
All right, all right. If you need anything, just give us a sign or something, and we'll
We got like another
take a
48
break.
Is
minutes on the
sand
second
more
part. Yeah.
expensive than salt?
sand doesn't melt ice.
No, but Michigan uses sand. You go to northern Michigan and there's sand everywhere. There's not salt.
They probably don't have curb and gutter. It's not good for the storm collection system to put salt down it.
Sand.
Sand.
no.
Sand.
I'm sorry,
Sand.
salt or sand, but sand as well. Sand is for traction, salt is for melting.
Yeah.
So they probably don't have curb and gutter, they probably just have ditches. So
So do we know what,
We're gonna
basically
need
what
for
we're
27?
I
What do we
did,
have
I
budgeted here?
believe the order was already put in. Well, the order has definitely already been put in. I think, I've had so many things going on. I think I was the one who put it in. I'm positive I was the one who put it in the order, and it was a reduced amount. I want to say I only ordered like somewhere around 80,000 pounds.
Okay, so
So-
if we use 100,000 this year, we'll have
And we
room.
if we take the full 80,000,
Yeah.
we're still sitting pretty good.
Right.
So, and also the last 2 years, the DOT has been very kind, and if we don't take full delivery,
They'll take it, yeah.
the last 2 years they have. Historically, they haven't done that. But because of the mild winters the last 2 years, they've pretty much just purchased back the contracted salt, so.
So what do you think we could shave off this 12,000 here, Cody, realistically?
I think we could bring it down to 10.
10? I can live with 10.
I don't think I would feel comfortable bringing it down any farther than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Seal coat patch.
Budgeted for 1,500, and looks like we used about 372 and 39 cents. Actual.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't really want to touch that.
I don't want to either. I think there was a lapse in.
With us not doing roads on the regular, this has been our Band-Aid, basically. Seal, you know.
I think there was a lapse in road care over this last year, just with all the rotation that we were having.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was something that got overlooked, so I personally would like to do a lot more patching, especially hot patching next year. And I don't think 1,500 is going to get us that far, but that's a good start. And we also have, looks like 121,000 in street and roads, but that's for larger projects generally. I personally would like to keep the 1,500 for seal coat and patch.
I think that's a fair assessment. They have the labor pool to do it now, too.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
All right, street paint, that's a spring project.
$500 seems reasonable.
I think 500 is pretty reasonable. We also have, I mean, I think that'll get us like 8 buckets of paint, but we have a pallet of paint still sitting under one of our shelves, and kind of how we've been doing it is we purchase like $500-700 worth of paint every year. We don't paint lines every year, so we kind of purchase for 2 or 3 years, and then finally when we have to paint again, we have everything we need. So
yeah, there's the reflective part as well that goes along with it. That
glass beads.
Yeah.
Kind of costly as well. So
I mean, I think $500 is reasonable.
even if they don't have to buy paint this year, you're still going to have to buy that. And then
Yeah.
we have the machine, right? Or we allow other municipalities like Christiana in the past to borrow it and whatnot.
We have
to
a
do
we
the
have a
striping.
yeah we have a little line striper. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a walk behind it.
But that bad boy has seen better days. I know
It
that's
works
gonna
really
be
well.
Something that down the
think it
road.
works
Glad to hear that, Cody.
I think it works well. I wish it
Do
was
we-
motorized. but-
Not that I want to. Do we charge for other municipalities to use it?
I've only one other municipality has asked to use it, and that was, in short, no. And it was Albion. It was Wilbur who asked to use it over in Albion, and that was during the summer. So
I think when I was there, Christiana borrowed it and we didn't charge. And we've never.
We weren't $260,000 in the hole either.
Yeah.
I hate to
Well-
say it that way, but
Wilbur also offered to let us use their small roller, kind of in exchange. So
Yeah, those are the days when fire and EMS were a little cheaper.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let's go back to volunteers.
So where are we at here? Street paint. Yeah, I think 500's reasonable.
Lucy, can you
Building.
tell us what we're at? Probably not much change, but
$269,375.
okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? 269?
$269,375.
Okay.
What is street outlay? Oh, sorry, I got ahead. Wait, did I? Yes, I
Building
did, sorry.
supply.
Building supply.
What's this, Cody?
I don't know. I would guess it is to maintain our buildings, door seals, shingles, locks, anything to deal with the interior, exterior of the building itself.
So this year, the new locks on the buildings and extra keys, a replacement handle for a broken rake, extension cord repair, and a mechanical backflow preventer inspection at the DPW building. So that is the expenses that went under the Public Works building.
Which that backflow preventer is mandatory every year.
New locks were almost $800.
Yeah, average of all buildings.
We switched, when we had a personnel changeover, we switched all the locks because there was some concern of security.
So we're not estimating or anticipating that kind of expense going forward.
I very much hope not. But
So
no,
can we bring that to 1,000?
I think so.
Okay.
All right.
Training.
This is something Lucy and myself added $5,000 for training for the Public Works Department. Previously, there was no training budget at all for Public Works. I think it's very important, especially considering we have 2 newer employees, and one of them is gearing up to be the next village forester, hopefully. Just some classes off the top of my head that I could think of that I would very much like to send everyone to is controlled burns classes, salt usage classes, so for winter. Chainsaw safety is absolutely required. Tree trimming, tree pruning classes, line locating classes. Those are just a few that I could think of off the top of my head.
Doesn't our insurance company offer some of these classes, though?
Some of them, online though. Yep. So like chainsaw safety, I don't know how.
Can't do that online.
Yeah, yes.
No.
So, and like even all the like snow plowing, the salt, there are online classes, but and one of the recommendations I had for Cody and the guys too, which they've never gone, I don't think anyone from Cambridge has ever done the snowplow rodeo. It's at Fox Valley Tech in Appleton, and it is literally a snowplow training put on by the DOT. I would like to say my husband did win it one year because it's a little bit of a competition. Got a hat at home, winter hat, but that is a really, really good training. And like I said, I mentioned it to Cody and they never even heard of it. So.
Previously, Public Works had no training budget at all.
So we're saying we did no training, or we had no training budget?
Had no training budgeted as
And
far
how did
as
we pay for it then?
I suspect how some of those
Miscellaneous?
Yeah.
$26,000
2024, it says
26,000, yeah.
for 2024. That's a lot of training
Holy crap.
last year.
I have no idea where that came from.
What line?
Public Works, other training.
Public Works,
After the building supply.
other training, $26,235.
see street outlay after building supply.
It should be right above that.
No, this was from the one from last
This is the one I
Thursday.
just printed off for today.
Yeah.
It says Public Works, other training, and there's a question mark after it.
This is from November. So this is the budget to actual. Well, this is from
Well, this I printed off.
And I think that's where, so that's coming in under, the 26,000
I don't
from 2024 is coming in under streets, roads, and other. So that wasn't
Oh, so
training.
there was just a
So let me
line added, but the
Maybe that's a wrong line or a wrong number.
So that so that line was just Public Works other, and it was there, and there wasn't any specific detail regarding it in my Excel doc, and so I changed that to training because they didn't have a designated training line instead of adding it. So
Well-
please disregard the $26,235.
Well,
So it's incorrect, or we just don't know where it went?
Here, give me a second.
because so there's like one line that appears to have multiple things, because the 24 was 26,235, but according to this, there's 182,000 under streets, roads, and other. It kind of reminds me of a miscellaneous,
That's a,
and that's a big miscellaneous. Are you seeing what I'm saying? Yeah.
let me see if I have an actual count number for this.
As we're sitting here looking for that, is there a way to, I mean, obviously we want everybody trained, have to have everybody trained. Is there a way to rotate training?
Absolutely.
Does everybody have to go
No.
the same year?
absolutely not.
Okay,
I would just like at least one person to be trained in controlled burns.
100%.
I would like all of us for chainsaw safety.
Yes.
I'd like all of us for salt, but only one person really needs to be trained in tree pruning. Only one needs to be line locating. So I don't,
There we go.
the intention isn't to just send everyone all at once.
So do we think we have room in that 5,000, or is that what,
Yes,
are
there's-
those
yes,
classes
there-
what you think?
No, there's room in that 5,000, and they're the ones I could just come up with off the top of my head. And this is for everything. That's travel, lodging, meals, and the course itself.
Are these are most of these multiple day courses?
No, I don't think so.
How many full-time folks you have, including yourself?
4.
So $1,000 per person for training. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
So drop it to 4.
Street, roads, other.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
so this, I have to create its own line for this. But this account number, it just said Public Works Other on mine, but this account number is actually the Street, Roads, Other.
So training needs its own
The
line?
training needs its own line, I can't put that in here.
Okay.
The interesting thing is, something isn't right because, okay, so that is right. $0 were budgeted, and so, $0 were put in. So this money, this $182,802 that's showing on the actual, this is most likely Springwater Alley got put under this,
That makes sense.
which was all funded. So it looks, okay, so
So that 182,000 really isn't
No,
an expense per se?
it should be a wash. So $121,87.21 was budgeted. 100.
Okay. So you got that we took training down to 4K?
Oh, 4,000, yes. I have to create it. It needs its own line, basically.
Okay.
And from what, like I said, what I had here. And so I'm going to do, this just properly didn't transfer. So this is actually street roads other.
That was my next question is, we didn't have anything budgeted, but we've spent $3,700 on street outlay. What is that?
I have no idea what street outlay is.
So I know we reduced this to, this I'm putting at 0 because I'm just gonna have to create another line, so we need to add 4,000 for that training. But then your questions were for the street road 823, I can tell you what this was. Out of here. Street outlay. This was the design for Springwater Alley.
So are we expecting that to go back to 0 then?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it's a
Budgeted
cost
it.
to us because it's an alley and it wasn't eligible for any kind of LRIP or anything like
Yep.
that, so. All right.
Okay.
All right, everything else 0. Streets,
Streets and
roads,
roads.
and other.
So we have $2,300 budgeted for streets.
Streets, roads, and other.
That seems
I thought it
odd.
should be 121,087 because that's how much we get in road aid.
So that's another one of those kind of washes or whatever.
Which should
Yes.
go into our aid, or our,
Onto page 1 somewhere, right?
yeah.
Do we have that on page 1?
And Cody,
See-
do you know the exact amount of road aid we're getting for 2026?
I don't anticipate it changing, but
$121,087.
Why do we not have a second line?
We do 2026 budget right here.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, so that's essentially a wash on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still questioning this $26,235 for.
so I do have a document from DOT that our estimated road aid for 2026 will be $108,000, $883.49. That's what the DOT estimates our general transportation aid will be for 2026. I think that would be a fair number to put in.
The 108?
Yes,
Okay.
It's at 121.
correct.
And then we gotta put 108 down in the expenditure too, right?
If we use it all, yeah.
If we use it all? Or do we?
I think it might be just a hair more as well, because I submitted Westgate Court and Vineyard Drive Extension again this year, because they didn't accept it last year. So it might just be a hair more.
So do we think keeping it at the 121, or is that
I think,
too much?
no, I think the 108, 883 and 49 cents, I think is what that should be.
Where did Ellers get the 121 then from?
This is what was budgeted. This 121, that was what was entered the budget in,
That was budgeted, if I recall correctly, because that's what we had received in road aid, or what was estimated to be received in road aid for 2025, I believe.
And we used
And-
some of that road aid for Springwater Alley this year, right? Because I thought we used some from the TID, or one of them, TIF.
no,
TID.
we didn't use any TID money. So the amount that we're expecting is 121,000 for state aid and local streets here.
Okay. Do we have any big road projects this year?
Upcoming, not on the, it would still have to go out for bid. We'd have to decide what road we're gonna do, and
Yeah, I
Go out for
mean,
bid.
the way this aid thing
'Cause-
works is you're not gonna get the money unless you have a
A
project
project,
to apply it to.
right,
So we can't really put it as something we can,
count on.
yeah, we'll cut.
No, I'm not saying cut, but we also, if we don't have a project, we don't get the money.
Mm.
So it's not gonna come in under a revenue source either. So I guess we gotta find a road.
Well, there's plenty out there.
Is PQ, not PQ,
Water Street.
by the 134? Are we still doing the Lagoon Drive and,
Actually, Cody and myself have a meeting with Bill Pino
Tomorrow.
Wednesday morning. That's tomorrow, not
Or no,
tomorrow.
yeah, 2 days.
Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. to go over, because if we want to get bids, we have to put them in this winter in
Yeah.
order to have any work done in 2026, just to let you know.
okay. Okay,
Okay.
so we're moving on from
Mhm.
streets,
So
roads, and others.
we're on the next page, last page.
Woohoo.
Where
are we at budget-wise?
Not enough.
269?
Oh, no, we just went way up because nothing was, I think that was an error, but that, because I used that for training. That street, road, and others was just increased from 5,000 to $108,883.
What? No.
No, because we're gonna get reimbursed for that through the state.
We are, but that revenue's still, it's already up there. We have $121,000 in street aid up here in revenues.
Okay. So it should cancel,
They should cancel each other out.
That was already taken into consideration. That was entered.
so where are we at?
Now we're at 369,867.
Jeez.
For the love of all things good.
I'm not following that.
No, me neither.
Okay, so the revenue, we haven't touched revenue because these are all based on what we received from the state notifications. These were all up here. For that line item, and Cody and I went over when we were doing Public Works, it had said Public Works Other on here. And so I did not realize that that was the street roads. And it had 0 in there. See, but I think we keep this at 0. Well, in 2025, they had 121. But do we have year-to-dates?
Year-to-date says 182,000.
I know.
And I thought we borrowed for Spring Alley.
No,
No.
we received aid for that. That paid for it all.
I thought we had to use some of the TID though, or something like that.
I want to look at, yeah, I want to look at this.
Because that's,
So we
problem.
paid, MSA $91,401, and then we paid Wolf Paving $91,401.
It's an alley.
because it's an alley, not a road.
That's insane.
That's why I thought
Yeah.
we did some,
This area is not in a TID.
No, but
we did
we
something
couldn't
with that
use
though.
street aid because it was an alley.
Where did the money come
We
from?
had to
Then I
borrow
know.
it.
That's what I'm trying to figure out is what we. I can't find the stupid packet it was in.
I know that was why we were gonna go through, we're like, okay, well, we can change it to a
Streets.
street, and then we'd be eligible to utilize street aid. But then it came back and they said, well, it's too damn narrow and we can't, we can name it a street in name, but it
Not
still
in
won't
the-
be eligible for any aid because it's an alleyway. And then I was, I was gonna make it like a one-way.
We
One
talked
time,
about that.
remember we talked, hey, maybe we should just, because we're gonna have to pay for this out of pocket, maybe we just make it one way so we don't have as much traffic going on it, and that went over like a lead balloon. So, I wanna say we had to borrow for that
In 24?
25, 24.
Update.
I would have to go back and look at
I wasn't
old
part
board
of
meetings, but
any of that, so
yeah, I'm not at liberty to use that excuse, so.
no. I mean,
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
But
I'll use that.
it
when
was
I'm-
an eligibility issue. I think we wanted to go, Chuck was still on the
I was gonna
board.
say Chuck was still on the board.
And we
that's why I
wanted to
remember.
go that route, but we were told, if you want to redo that, it's an alleyway and you're gonna have to borrow for it. I believe we had to borrow for that.
And your street aids are by the mile, and that's a block, you wouldn't get.
No.
Right.
Okay. So
So
Ellers had that as 0 for the budget. And then obviously you guys, for 2026, and then obviously you guys budgeted the 121.
That was in 24.
yeah,
Yes. But I don't think we borrowed.
I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm looking for the packet.
Because it became a safety issue. There's too many holes in.
And the water was all puddling up and
Yeah,
it wasn't
Yeah.
draining properly. That much I remember
Yeah.
from when
I would,
came
if
aboard.
Ellers looked through this and they had that zeroed
They
out,
had
I
that
would
at
go
0.
to zero it out. And again, we're going through the paces of this. Have Ellers take another look at
Oh,
it, bring
no.
that question up to him. But and then road aid is always funny because you can't really count on anything until you see what the project is, and then what is it, Cody? They give you like a 50-50 match or something like that for the most part.
I believe, I think that's LRIP,
Yeah.
where there's certain percentages
Right.
depending on how you rank in the,
Yeah, the rack. Yeah.
yeah. Because it's like 90-10, 70-30, 50-50.
Yeah.
It depends on how
That's what I'm
your
thinking of,
project
LRIP, not
ranks.
road aid, but road aid's guaranteed.
Yep.
And that's so much per mile.
Mm.
Okay.
I
Well,
think Cambridge is up to what, 12 miles now?
12?
11?
11? I think
11.
it's 11.
11.32.
There
I
you
submitted it today.
All right. Well, on our
Okay.
All right,
So,
last page. Are
Last
we-
page, and
So we got a
So
plan
our-
of attack there. We're gonna zero that out, and we're gonna talk
I
with
have a note
Ellers.
just to follow up with them, because, like I said, on
It's
this,
not
it
passing the
just,
snip test.
it just,
So where are we at now then with all that kind of?
that's a great question. Are we still at
Where are we
269?
at?
yeah, 260,984.
260,984.
Oh, we've gone up 60,000.
All right. Last page. Streetlights. Here's where we make our money.
What the heck do we spend $18,000 on streetlight? Where did I just see that?
I believe
$25,000 on streetlights?
I believe that is the bill, the electric bill, to keep them on.
We need to get some.
And some communities do put this on the utility bill. I'm just sharing,
What about, is there such thing as
I pay for my street light.
solar that we can look into that?
Well, that's a whole
I know.
redo of the.
But for holy
I'm not
mother.
sure how much control we have over that.
I have been told that if we went to the, well, again, if this isn't the light bulbs and this is just the electricity, it doesn't matter, but I've heard that those purple lights pay for themselves after 5 years or whatever. That's at a conference. I went to a seminar about that.
So we budgeted 25,000, we've spent 19,000, so roughly 20. We're expecting to spend another $5,000 in 6 weeks.
This is the darkest part of the year.
Yeah, and we're gonna have holiday lights on.
Frick.
Merry
Do you want to cut Christmas, Kristen?
Today, yes. Yes, I would. Bah humbug. Eh? Do you want to raise your water bill?
Like,
I'm not sure if we really have.
I think that's probably
any
one of those
control over that.
highlighted ones because I don't know if we can change that much.
Back to candles it is.
It's a nice ambiance.
It
Country
is.
Christmas kind of effect, I guess. And then we'll really need that fire department.
Hey,
Yeah.
pays for itself.
okay, so it is all Alliant.
Mm-hmm.
And then in January, in 1901, put in a street light, final street light GFI, it just says. And then it's all Alliant, just paying for them.
Dang.
Yeah, they're not
Hey,
cheap.
25 it is.
Sidewalk replacement plan.
That's a must.
That was zero, and Lucy and I raised it to $20,000. And this is, our thoughts were this is just an initial, see how far that gets us. I'm not sure how far that will get us, but
So, did we
That's a
do
start, yeah.
none in 2025?
that's correct. As far as,
That is correct.
yeah,
Or, I mean, we did $300.
$316.
So, do we have any idea how many sidewalk squares we're looking at?
We do. Well,
Ish.
ish. It's, I can't give you a good number on it. That was a topic of discussion at Public Works meetings, and
Yeah.
we eventually came to the conclusion that we just simply don't have the money to do it right now.
I'm not a
So-
fan of kicking the can down the road, but I would like to cut this in half for budget purposes for this year. It allows us to get a good start, but I think 10,000 is a good, fair first start, considering we haven't done anything in the last, I don't know how many years.
Quite a while.
But let me know what you think.
I agree.
I'm one of three.
Yeah, I feel like if
You
that
gotta
can.
start by you know,
Identify the-
crawling, walking, and then running.
Yeah,
You know,
and hopefully not tripping.
yeah.
So when we talk sidewalks, are we only talking the concrete? Does that include the brick that's all?
Something that's already being.
I think that's a separate issue, the brick on Main Street. The sidewalks are more so for the residential sidewalks that go
Residentials.
up, like Lawn Street, High Street, Park
It's
Street.
another residual of being
Yeah.
Tree City, USA, is we
Right.
got a lot of root systems that
Yeah.
are causing our sidewalks to be a little.
The brick on Main Street is a separate, its own animal.
Okay.
I thought I was told that the sidewalks in front of your house are your responsibility to fix.
So as far as our ordinance states it, the homeowner, it is the homeowner's responsibility, and the village has the authority to assess the homeowner. The homeowner is given the option to repair their sidewalks, and if they don't want to do it, then it's the village's responsibility, and however the village determines to fix the sidewalks, they fix it and then bill the homeowner.
We assess it in their taxes.
But we have to have that money up front in order to do it.
Mm.
And we don't get the assessment money for at least a year later. When it goes on the
So-
tax roll, so there's a considerable amount of time.
So again, it's somewhat of a pass-through-ish.
A long pass-through.
It's like salt.
Don't talk to me about salt. That irritates me equally as streetlights. Okay,
So is that 10,000 for that?
yep.
And again, just the methodology here, Cody, is just crawl, walk, run kind of thing. We're just gonna crawl for 2026.
Gotcha. We'll focus
Alright.
on the worst areas.
Dog licenses. Got a lot of dogs in Cambridge.
So, this one we do get, we pay in, we pay to get all our stuff, and then we get reimbursed. It's one of those again.
Yeah.
So I did the math from the revenue to the actuals, and we're off by $1,100. And that could, and I can check with Judy's in charge of our dog licenses, but that could be, I know that a check came from Dane County today, but that was only $47, and that had to do with dog licenses. So then we do get reimbursed because they send us a whole ton of them, and then we send back what we don't use, and then we get reimbursed. So unfortunately, it's not a very straightforward process. Our dog licenses, the village does keep a very small portion. It doesn't even cover the admin fee for all of the work put into them, just to let you know. But we are able to add, and I want to say how we have it now is we get just a couple dollars from each dog license. All the rest the county gets.
So we're working at a deficit here with dog licenses? That's what showing
I'm
here?
just saying, like, and that's gonna be in our December fee schedule, so that will be coming up. But here, they put in $1,650. I would zero that out because
We'll zero it out.
it's under, revenue.
All right. All right, Parks hourly wages is highlighted. No wiggle room there. So I'm showing we're at what, negative?
When it comes to parks, it wasn't properly budgeted. I don't know if you recall last Thursday when we went over, and Kristen, you were like, how is public works so low? but because of how they're reporting on their sheets, like when they're working in the parks, it's getting billed to parks. And so this is properly, but, the parks hourly wages is now properly budgeting so that it aligns with what they're
Okay.
coding in our accounting software.
So in 25, so far, we've had $27,667, and we're saying we need to raise that to 40,000?
I think that's fair. I think the reason that we were so low is just because of the lack of staff that we had. Because if you look at the 2024 actuals, they're at 38,897. So honestly, the parks did not get a lot of work. I mean, Cody, please chime in if you think differently, but just by looking at 2024, I think that is why that is lower than it is. Either that or the guys didn't properly code their sheets.
I'd like to see,
30,
30.
We're at 30 right now.
40 right
No, I mean for
Actual, so
actual,
far.
yeah.
27. 20, yeah.
This is a highlighted line though, and I thought we weren't, those were already fixed expenses.
Well, they're wages, so that's
Okay.
gonna impact the total wage number. And then I'll let you know if hopefully we're able to even break even and keep pay the same. I mean, again, that's gonna impact that total wages number.
I mean, what do we currently do in parks that could be eliminated, reduced?
Eliminated?
Mowing, bathrooms,
They do a lot of parks. The West Side Park, they put in the mulch and take out the old mulch, put in the new mulch.
We just put in, I mean, there's not, I don't think there's very much room we would have to eliminate at parks. I mean, the major components are mowing, maintaining the playground, maintaining the restrooms. We have the ice rink as well.
They just put in a new park out at
We
Back Forth.
we did just put in a new park out there.
Intimately involved in that.
I don't think there's very much room to reduce in parks. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the ice rink.
Only thing I can think of is that you just have a little come to Jesus meeting with your guys, and so they know how to code it correctly.
That too.
You know?
Um,
Yeah. So these are in yellow. We already discussed them. You know, these are already kind of. Set. So where are we going next here? No mow area maintenance. That's zeroed out. Fountain maintenance, $1,000. I think that's that fountain by the plow.
Yes, and that was originally 300 budgeted to cover the winterization. The fountain has had some issues this year. I think it needs a new control panel that controls its timing, and then the pump. There's something wrong with the pump, so I spoke with someone who fixes. Well, I can't remember the contractor's name at the moment, but he fixes water features, and he thinks roughly $1,000 will cover it. So
Yeah, I'd like
there's
to
some repair that
zero
needs
that
to be
out
done
and put
there.
that on a foundation request.
I agree. I mean, I'm all for
They all like-
nostalgia, but
They like brick and mortar
is
stuff
a
like that.
fountain necessary?
Yeah.
Can we keep it at 150, just to winterize in case the foundation declines?
Yeah.
50. But if you could put a little asterisk there for foundation request.
Well, Excel doesn't like asterisks, Chris, so I'll just make
No,
a note.
well, I mean, just in your mental asterisk.
Okay.
And this is, I mean, these next ones, again, historically, these are things where we would request it from, some of these things from the foundation. So, Main Street Flowers,
Yep, that's already on the list for the foundation. That's why we zeroed it out.
yeah, and again, that's just a request, you know,
Not a
it's not
guarantee.
a guarantee, so. Fish ponds.
We could probably cut this a little bit. This is just to maintain the ponds out at near the Lions Club.
Mm-hmm. The mowing? Or
It's
what?
mostly the mowing the banks with the brush mower.
Okay. And filling the potholes on Lagoon Road?
So this says so far this year, we've spent $1,900. And we're budgeting 2,000, so how do we anticipate dropping that?
Mow less.
Okay.
We could bring it down to 1,800. I mean, it's not much, but it's something.
I don't think that $200 is going to make us or break
Okay.
us.
All right.
So are we leaving it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good times.
All right, so we got, next one is holiday decorations. The holiday decorations we have now were paid for by the foundation, I think. But they're up there. I mean, we've had them for a while, so.
Well, this year, we've spent nothing.
Well,
We're not into the
Yeah.
holidays, I realize that, but
The foundation, it paid for our garland. I don't know what else we have besides
the
the
lights.
garland
The
and lights.
lights,
Oh,
the-
and I think we put 400, Cody, because I think you said some of the lights needed to be replaced.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the
just-
blue strands.
Yep.
The blue lights were running a little low on those.
When I was president, I bought artificial garland, and I personally paid for it, and I thought, this will be good for 5 or 10 years. I got so much pushback,
Yeah.
and that got tossed after a year, and so now the foundation is fresh every year. I thought I was saving money for the village.
logically, it makes sense.
All right, moving on to a big ticket item here, senior services. Showing,
Hold it for a second, Chris, while I stop the recording real fast.
Happily.
Melissa?
And keep going.
All right. You don't need to make your official announcement or anything?
Should
All
be
right.
fine.
So we're on to senior services. Senior services. Looks like in 2024, it was 21K. 2025, we've spent 19,449. And we have budgeted 16.
How did we arrive at the 16,860?
It's in I found in the packet from September 23rd, the whole formula and everything is laid out.
Yep, because they submitted it to us.
That's what ours- okay.
They cut our
So
budget.
that's what, okay.
That is the total
Okay.
if we decide to participate with that.
Well, I mean, I know that there should be some room for discussion on this because there are some folks on the board that think that we don't need to provide it, but I'm on the camp of that, of we should provide it. It's a large number. It has come down significantly,
I'm happy to see that.
but, I mean, I think that's a fair number for the services they do provide. Discussion.
From my perspective, I see it as equally as beneficial as our library for some.
I don't think that amount is gonna make or break us. I mean, it's a chunk of money, but it's not,
No.
and it's nice that it has come down.
Speaking of library, is that on here?
I was looking for this.
It's on a different page. We have, it's at 105 right now.
And what is our, well,
What do we
let's-
have to pay? What's our,
The
We-
very minimum?
yeah,
I don't even know what the very minimum is.
you're our treasurer.
I know.
I thought it was like 97 or 95 or something like that.
Yeah, I thought-
I know that for 2025, is it 95? Hang on, now I have to look.
I'm pretty sure it was 95.
That's not on here. How is it factored
It's
into
all
the totals though?
There's pivot tables. So we paid 95 for 2025. If we decrease this to 95, you'll see a $10,000 drop on that other number. And then in 2024, we gave the library 105. Back in 2023, it was 105, and then it was 90 back in 2022.
I actually think I would like to change the library to 95 and keep the senior services what it's at.
I would agree with that.
I would agree as well.
Okay, if we can do that.
How is the number set that we're required to give the library? Do we know?
It's
think it's
through the
county, right?
counties, Dane and Jefferson. right?
Okay.
To be honest with you, I have no idea how they come up with that specific. I do know we're
That's what I'm looking
required to
right now.
pay. And then I also want to keep in mind like that, and this is statutorily, we're required, but we do all the libraries' account payables, account receivables, and their payroll. So we, as an admin staff, do a ton of services. And then also, and this is just a joint agreed, the library is able to use this community room at all times for no charge as well, where we do charge others to use this. So we do a lot of, I mean, if you take in all the admin work and the things that we do for the library, we do a lot. But we are required to do their payroll and their financials and all of that. And we do all like their financial reports each month for their meetings. But so I reduced the library to 95, and now just let's take a peek. Our magic number is 238,000. Oh, sorry, went too big. $484.
You said $230,484.
238,484.
484.
That seems fair.
I agree.
All right, moving on to med drop. That's,
Did you finish senior services?
yeah, senior services is 16,868. Med drop 500, I think the library does that, I don't know.
Police station
police
does it.
station? Yeah.
Is that listed on?
Med drop program, 500.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
So year to date, we haven't, I don't know if we just haven't received a bill, but we have not paid anything.
I noticed
So-
that too.
I'm not sure if that comes in December. I believe would guess it's a once a year type of fee.
I know for other organizations, it's like by the pound, essentially is how they weigh it. Because right now, everything sits in a lockbox.
Oh, and maybe they just haven't even turned it in yet.
That's usually
The
how it
deputies, okay, or whoever comes to pick it up.
Because
Because a deputy has to meet them when they're doing that, I know that.
correct, yeah. And then
Okay.
it goes into a locked
Okay.
container, and then it's essentially medical waste.
Okay.
Okay, where are we at next?
So then,
Food pantry.
Food pantry.
that also have not received an invoice or anything. It looks in 2025, $250 was budgeted for a food pantry contribution.
Well, and I wonder if that's like a donation on behalf of the village or something, because in '24 it was 0. So far in '25 it's 0.
And if we didn't receive an invoice or something stating us to donate it, I wouldn't have
Nope.
known to do that.
And same with like Arts Council. I mean, I'd like to, since we've, senior services have come down, we're cutting library. I mean, I feel like, granted, it's $250 or $500,
It's not
but
gonna break the budget though, and it is an economic development thing as well, the Arts Council. Where they bring in the Fire Fest that brings in 5,000 people into the community. So I think, I didn't know that it had to be invoiced. My wife's the chair and she said, we never see this money. We didn't know it had to be invoiced. We thought it was just a donation that was written. So we have to send an invoice?
Well, Steve, just so my time here, I would, like that Madison, the thing that we
Yeah.
paid, what was that, 400? We receive a letter with an invoice for that, stating to pay that. So, otherwise, it's very difficult to keep on track what we have to do
absolutely.
and whatnot. So, the other,
I'll have my wife send an invoice.
Well, it's helpful when you get something like that and it can go in front of the whole board, right? And then we can
Make
vote
the
on it.
decision.
Yeah, okay. And food pantry too, they invoice, yeah?
I'm not sure how that was done in the past, and in 2024, it was not,
Nothing.
When I was village president, we would just authorize those payments. We didn't, I don't think we got invoiced, but it gives a good paper trail, so.
All right, so where are we at? Clean sweep?
Yep.
so are you guys all in agreement with food pantry and arts council zeroing those out?
I think we can leave them. I mean, it's $500.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I mean, what do you think? That's me talking. I mean,
Yeah, it's,
if you think about Firefest, it's pays for itself and then some. And then food pantry, they could use every little bit of help. I think, at Piggly Wiggly we can round up or whatever, but I think that goes to the food pantry and
I think the
Deerfield.
library, you can drop
Deerfield.
off your Piggly Wiggly receipts there, and then I think they get some money
Oh.
for that.
Yeah, they say local food pantry, but it's the Deerfield food pantry, I believe.
I think it might be.
So I think every little bit that our food pantry can get will help. But that's just my opinion, so please let me know.
I do think our community is really great at donating to the food pantry. And the high school just did trick or
can.
can, and there were thousands of pounds of
Yeah.
food, which
And they
is
just-
wonderful.
They
I
just
worked
did an
there
event.
Last week or the week before, it was overwhelming.
Yeah, the
how much
photos
stuff.
looked like it.
And Carrie said that even the cash donations are really good because then they can go to Second Harvest and get things at a cheaper price.
Sure.
But she said it was overwhelming more than once,
And
the
they-
generosity.
Yeah.
They just did another one on Saturday too they had another drop off or something like that on Saturday at the middle school.
How about we do this? We can zero that out, but we can also put up like a donation thing here at the village hall.
Mhm.
So we can have people contribute to, especially during the holiday season.
Mhm.
We have to get like a donated barrel of sorts or a box of, or something like that.
And she might have a box she can give you.
Yeah,
And I know some churches, our churches
yeah.
donating things for the Thanksgiving baskets.
Yep.
So there's that too.
That's a good idea.
So we can do that, and then we can give that to the food pantry. I think we'll probably end up getting donations well over $250. So.
Agreed.
I think so too.
So, moving on to clean sweep, I think that's a automatic thing that we, what is clean sweep?
That's the like oil and electronic stuff and whatever.
Oh, that's through Jefferson County. I actually just got an email today because they're asking if we wanted to include their flyer in our tax bills. But yes, they provide all the recycling stuff for like electronics and whatnot. And I don't believe that there's a cost because the village of Cambridge is a participant.
There's a cost for the flyer?
No, I'm saying like for Village of Cambridge residents to participate in it.
Okay. You have a,
They
what
took
do you-
ballast from the historic school, saved us $8,000 in recycling fees. Because otherwise it's by the pound and we had a lot of ballast. So it was a huge savings. I think we had to pay them $20 to take it.
Right now, we're down to culture, recreation, education, planning fringes, what do
Oh, we have safe community dues yet.
Yeah, we just talked about that. Is it on
No, we did clean sweep.
Oh.
Safe communities is different.
250?
Yeah.
So safe communities in 2025, we budgeted $250 and we have not used any of it this year. And in 2024's actual though, we're 500. Does anybody know what safe communities is?
This is the, well, Safe Communities of Madison County, it's like,
Oh, my thing is airing up.
well, some of this includes the med drop. So we need to, because they have med drop services. So, and like they'll do
The needle thing?
the needle exchange. They'll do the Narcan boxes, stuff like that. But I didn't know we had to pay for that. I thought they came to us. I would look into.
Is this going to be one of those end of the year billing or the
That's what I'm wondering. Safe communities, 558. Okay, let's go back a year. Oh, it's a 2024 membership dues. I have not seen this. So last year it came in September. It's the membership dues.
And that's 500 and we have budgeted 250?
Yes, so we need to change that if we're going to participate. I don't know if that's an optional item.
I'm assuming it is.
If nobody knows what it is.
Well, it's different than the med drop portion, right?
I'm assuming we're what they call a sustaining donor, if we're doing $250 or $500, and
It's just what we donate every year.
Looks like it's a guardian level membership. Sustaining partners are one-off donors that are welcome to join at any time for $500. They receive recognition in coalition brochures, newsletters, and on our websites.
they do very good things.
So keep the 250?
I would keep, yeah.
Can we do a 250 membership, Mary?
It looks like yes.
Okay.
There's a drop down from the guardian level to the friend level,
Yep.
which is donations from $100 to $499, which can be a sustaining partner or one-off donor. You can join at any time in the year, and you are recognized in brochures, newsletters, and on the website. So from what I can tell, there's no difference other than the name badge you get.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't it say 100?
Minimum
So
is a
why don't we
friend.
do that?
Yeah, do the 100.
Guardian, you have to do 500 to get.
How about 100?
What do you think, Kristen?
Sure.
I mean, who, is it like the EMS that runs it, or?
No, Safe Communities is a organization out of Madison, Dane County area.
I mean, other than having our name on brochures, what do they do for us?
Well, she came, I forgot what her name was now, that came and talked to us a couple, 3-4 meetings ago. They do a lot with like drug prevention education. They'll do programs. They do,
Like through the library?
yeah, like they put in the
Narcan? Did they do the
box at
Narcan for the library?
Which is the Narcan is you can, anybody in the community can go in and get a dose of Narcan. Actually, it's 2 doses, which is obviously life-saving for opiate overdoses, things like that. So they do things on like child trafficking awareness, suicide prevention, stuff like that.
But is this just a donation to them? It's not like a payment for them to come in and do that?
I think the various levels are what determines what they'll do in our communities.
Well, seeing that we have worked around with the food pantry, maybe we just leave it.
Yeah. Perhaps we can get more information specifically on what that money gets us.
And then we can look at maybe upping it next year or whatever,
Yeah.
depending on where we are budget-wise, so.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to planning fringes. What's that?
That is for the Plan Commission. So that is our taxes.
Okay. Planning fringes.
So year to date, we're at $16.83. And $20 was budgeted. I don't know what.
Oh, this is like the committee?
Plan Commission.
Or
So
commission.
this is the taxes we have to pay
Taxes.
for their per diems.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I think we should keep it at $20.
Okay.
And then the Plan Commission per diems. And the actuals 220 year to date. We budgeted for 350. I think I could speak for my short time, well, for my time here, I think that's down because we've had a lot of members from the Plan Commission not come to lots of meetings. So we've had a very small Plan Commission. Because Sarah, help me out, is it normally like, I'm going through everybody, like 6 to, it's like at least 6 members?
I think 7.
7.
7? And there's been many meetings where we just had a quorum and then we did have to cancel. So I think that's why we're under. I just want to explain that, but when we have a full house, every meeting it's different. And that's a regularly standing meeting.
1, 2, 3,
Why,
4,
why
5,
is
6, 7.
planning commission,
Special.
separate from the other
Committees?
committees? Yeah.
Is it because of community involvement? Because there's community members involved?
There are community members on economic development.
Oh, that's true.
They just get their own line. Just to make it fun.
To me, it falls under miscellaneous, it's like another miscellaneous type.
It is, I guess if anything, it's nice to be able to see specific, like you can see that specific committee versus having all of them, mixed in. So the board separate, water sewer separate, but then audit finance, personnel,
So it
and.
adds to my argument that planning commission is special
I know.
Okay, yeah.
somehow.
I mean, I feel like if that's going to have its
I mean,
own
is there
line
something
item
ordinance-wise that says planning needs to be,
This is how it's been. I haven't changed anything, and this is how we have invoiced those per diem. So again, we can cut that out and put them just under committees if you guys would prefer.
I mean, I think in terms of cost-wise, it's 6 of one, 1/2 dozen of the other. But if we're talking about breaking out meeting, committees and seeing what each one is doing, being able to see, I mean, then theoretically, every committee should have its own line items.
well, I can understand water and sewer because the ratepayer kind of
Right.
argument, but this comes from our taxpayers. And it looks like it's a substantial amount of money with consulting.
Oh, yeah, so planning consulting fees, $500 was budgeted for 2025. Year-to-date is $3,676.23, so we're almost 3,200 over budget. And that is all from development.
Which the developer needs to incur those fees.
Right. Is there a revenue line to offset that?
I mean, moving forward, we have an updated fee schedule now. And, moving forward, the developer should be bringing,
So we do have-
anything that's on there should.
Yeah, we do have a pre-development agreement, but most communities, so that would be after 2 initial conversations, just to give direction on where to start with these developments and rezones and whatnot. Most communities do not charge before the initial 2 conversations. A pre-development agreement was something new that I worked with MSA on creating, and so that's something new we've never had. But again, we don't give that to the developer because sometimes it's just a matter of an 1-hour meeting, and it doesn't work within our ordinances or space or whatnot, and it never comes to fruition, or they just. So
I feel like we have to do something there, though, because, I mean, according to this, we overspent by 735%. So I understand.
Yeah, I understand you want to have the honeypot to bring in the developers, but again, at some point, they're going to have to pick up the tab on this. And, I guess some of the examples are of developments that have had that initial conversation and then walked away. We've had to foot the bill for that.
yes.
Like the crematorium. I would imagine that's some of the price what we're paying for here. Because that was more than 2 conversations. and it came to planning commission.
Well,
Yeah.
in the past, Chris, in the past, pre-Lucy, let's just say, in the past, there was no even pre-development application where it's stated that.
I'm,
So.
you know, I'm looking at
Yeah.
this and I'm not crying over spilled milk, but
Yeah.
this is something that we've done in the past. But what I'm saying with our new fee schedule now, we can't allow developers to put us in the hole $3,000, $3,200 or whatever the case is, you know. Having a conversation or two, or, you know, meeting with the planning commission, that should be the planning commission's per diem of having a meeting, having that conversation, getting the discussion started. But having
give you
having
yeah.
MSA, you know, involved in it, that charge should be directly punted towards the developer.
I can tell you that this year, there was one development with Lou's Homes that met with myself and MSA just to talk about early phases of Summer Prairie Phase 3. And at that time, they were going to be purchasing that land. We had that meeting. It was a one-time thing. The buyer pulled out and it's now developing it itself. But that was one meeting, but yes, we paid for it. But so do before even just an initial meeting, then the board needs to decide.
Yeah, because the developer pulled out because they probably know that it would cost them too much money to put a lift station in there.
No, the buyer decided not to sell is what it was. The buyer's going to develop it now.
But that should cost us $3,000?
I'm not saying,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that that's
Plus
one
there's-
example.
Yeah.
Plus, there's under planning development project consult.
I think, you know,
I mean, we got
I'm
$4,400.
envisioning these kind of
$4,500.
things, Lisa, or not Lisa, Lucy, as kind of you being the screen for that initial conversation. And, you know, whether it's good for and then after they pass your screening, then it comes to planning commission, and then if MSA wants to get involved after planning commission has a say in it.
But before to go to planning commission, there's
There's where the charges come. There's where the charges come.
I feel like we have to
I think our
offset
planning
that.
commission needs to get a say in it before we kick it to MSA and they start billing us by the hour, or the lawyers and start
I'm
billing
not-
us by the hour.
and I'm not qualified to be answering like zoning ordinance
No, but
questions.
you can say, I'm going to punt it to planning.
Setback.
This
To
works
at
good
least
for the
have the
community.
development, the discussion, you know, the early phase discussion. Not saying, you know, the rezonings, you know, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, then we have to involve our advisors. But I feel like, I mean, if each year the village is going to eat $5,000 on, we might come in and develop in your community, we might not come in and develop your community. I feel like if
That's
we're
gonna
going to make, if they want to make an investment into our community, then they have to prove they want to make an investment in our community. Just my thoughts. And I realize other communities don't do it, but other communities aren't
No.
nickel and diming our budget right now as we're trying
So-
to, you know.
And just an honest question.
I mean, they are, but that's their business, not ours.
So I have another developer coming in Wednesday just to meet with myself for an initial. So then it should go from just me straight to plan commission.
I think that's a process, I think we're talking, at least for me, we're talking about 2026.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm.
So I don't think that's a decision we can make for tomorrow's conversation or next week's conversation. But I feel like as a plan commission, as a board,
Yeah.
I think that's something that we have to talk about. Because again, I mean, if
I would rather have planning commission make the decision on whether they go to that next step and start incurring the fees,
Yep,
rather than that being put on you.
got it.
Let planning commission take that.
I mean, if we've done 20 years at $6,000, I mean, I'm just, you know, obviously
Yeah.
I'm.
Well, and in the past, it was always done by legal though, too. Keep in mind, so that would be, it would be showing up under the attorney fees.
Sure.
But
But either way,
there
it's
is a,
cost.
Have the conversation with Plan Commission before a penny of that gets incurred.
yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking
Yeah.
is, you know, they can,
I mean, there's, when I say the screen, I'm the developer, I come in and I'm gonna put in, I wanna put in a strip club, Lucy. I wanna put in a strip club here in Cambridge. You can already kick that person out and say, well, I'm sorry, but our ordinances don't allow for that to happen. You're gonna have to take your talents to Juneau, Wisconsin,
So,
right?
what,
So that's what I mean by the
no,
screen.
and so
Or,
I
hey,
understand. So what I don't think you understand is, with the developments, it is many, many steps. So we have that initial meeting, and it's what's step one? Okay, step one is we need a comprehensive plan amendment. This is where they need to start before it ever gets anywhere further, because it just starts with zoning. We can't, if our zoning map does not work with what they want, and they're paying for that. So now they are paying, and the zoning application fee, that was increased from $350 to $600. And the comprehensive plan amendment application, that is brand new, and that is including for the MSA's planning and zoning administrator to assist. Those are built into their application fees.
so then where's $5,000 coming from?
Because we didn't have any of those fees.
Because, okay, so essentially, we now have a plan in place to prevent us from handing out
Yes,
thousands of dollars to developers on free services.
yes.
Beautiful.
And then the only scenario, like the one I just explained, where that developer met with myself because it had to do with engineering and lift stations, that Lose Homes for Summer Prairie Phase 3. So that one I did have, and I can just do it myself. But that was where I needed feedback from them to even know if that was something that would work to even bring to, I hate to bring things to Plan Commission.
don't hate
Before-
it.
But-
That's what they're
Kind of
there
what
for.
plan commission's for.
But,
They got their own,
They got their own lines.
line item here.
yeah,
No, but I mean, seriously, that's taking on way too much. That's why we have these committees. You know,
but our
that's,
plan, Sarah, please, I don't think our Plan Commission understands like the zoning administration part of this
That is correct.
at all. They don't.
I'm learning as I go. That is very true.
And so if it weren't for Steven's staff reports and stuff, and but those are for public hearings, and those are covered now under our fees. But if any of those just filled up an application and brought it to Plan Commission, would you be able to understand?
No.
And like, yeah.
So, but if we've got fees in place, then we shouldn't have to shell out between consulting fees and development project consultations,
Zero those
$6,000. We should be able to zero those out, right?
We can, and we may need to, and I'll keep an eye, we may need to increase the fees yet too. And
Right.
So I'll watch it, and if we need to increase the fees greater to make sure that we're in the black, I will communicate that with you guys.
so
and-
21, I'm showing 2,100 for consulting fees.
And then 4,000 underneath it for
Yeah.
development. You know, I mean, I realize that that's been our past practice, but a lot of our past practices has got us
Yeah.
borrowing money. So, and I think if, as long as we have fees in place to cover those things, then they shouldn't show up as
Yeah.
costs.
No, I'll just have to, because that literally just got passed.
Sure.
In the last month.
Yep.
So it will be effective 2026, but then again, I updated those fees to hopefully cover everything, and they
Right.
just may need to be adjusted
We need to tweak.
more.
And I mean, and that's, we fully understand that, but I think if we can take that 6,100 off, that would be something.
Yeah. All right, and I'm getting down here to,
Nothing else. Oh, sorry.
The last item is the distillery incentive payments, and I know we had talked about that in Thursday, and we weren't sure how many years were left. So in the packet on your very last page, I added the spreadsheet just to show you. Let me see. I wanted to just kind of give you guys a visual. This is my spreadsheet where I track it. So year to date, we have paid $100,092.92 of the distillery's incentive payments, and we have a balance of $199,907.01. As you can see, each year the assessment usually goes up. This year, we paid back the $15,000. So we have a good 10 years left on those. And I just wanted to share that because that was a conversation from Thursday's Audit and Finance meeting.
And is this a similar TIF-like?
Yes.
Okay.
And so that is not a line that we can adjust.
We gotta stop doing that.
Amen.
So we are,
Hand
our new
developers.
total
Mm-hmm.
is that we need to cut yet, is $232,504.
Did this amount include or not include the 3% raise for staff?
This would include.
Can we see what that number would be with removing that,
Yep. Absolutely.
please? I don't think we are in a place to, I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but to do raises.
I'm not getting one
especially-
next year.
Especially because, I mean, all of our employees
Fairly
are
new.
Are
new,
new.
and so their salaries, hourly wages were already negotiated.
Yep.
I'm having a hard time seeing that number from here.
I thought it was just me, my glasses.
No, I can't.
Can you blow that up a bit, Lucy, when you get a chance?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Making sure the formula took, okay. So, if there were no raises, our total wages, that just seems very slow, very low, hang on. Is 62, isn't it? Yep. So that would put us at, I wonder if I had the formula in there wrong now. So it should have been 0.03 for 3%. But our total for gross would be 529,713.60, and our total budgeted amount is 532,261. Yep, these two are matching. We could cut $2,000. And if we gave everyone out 2%,
That doesn't
That
seem,
doesn't seem right.
that math doesn't seem to add up.
It's gotta be more than
oh, I know, I'm sorry, because I reduced this one, the very top for our employee that we're gonna be, this is gonna be 25. That's where I was coming up with this, I need to override this. Okay, give me a second. There we go. So no raise, then we'd be at $517, $46.40.
So 517. And what was it before? Sorry. Hope somebody's got that written down.
532.
Can you add that number to the Excel spreadsheet or whatever, so we can figure out what that brings us down to?
Let me figure out the difference.
Because what was it, like 532 something? Oh, I
So
can
the
look.
total budgeted amount, and keep in mind, some of that for wages is water and sewer as well. I can just take that amount out of the general fund. I don't know how else to split it up because of how our wages are.
Even if it's an estimate.
So 532, 261 minus 517, $46.40. So I can cut $15,214.60. And I will just go into admin.
I know this is still a discussion, I just wanted to see.
Yeah,
what
no,
the
I
number
agree with
was.
you. I agree. I mean, when we think about, we only have a very small,
So put 42,000. I just don't want to break this spreadsheet that Brian worked so hard on. So then I'm going to update the admin hourly wages to $26,785.40. And then our total number now is 217,289.
$289.
All right.
Just for time purposes, I put it all on admin hourly, but I would split it up appropriately.
Now, does some of that get offset to water and sewer, or is that all included in?
Some of that is water and sewer, and I can bring up my,
Because correct me, the water and sewer is different than the general fund, right?
yes, it is. It's
Okay.
completely separate.
So if we can figure that out, that would be helpful as well.
So I have to unplug this because you guys can't see my hidden columns.
I don't know how we're gonna get it. We're gonna have to.
Find out exactly how
Well,
much of
considering
that
we
is on
started
water.
at 204, 344, and we're at 217. And we just did 3 hours of.
No, it started at 73.
So water, sewer, storm, let me copy this.
That's a lot of work. I mean,
Paste
but
this.
still, that,
Hold on,
what's
try
the,
to.
what's the hydrants?
That's the hydrant fee.
Where we at with hydrants? I mean,
And
I
then
hate
hide
it,
this.
but I would rather do that than
Yeah.
take out a loan and then accrue thousands of dollars of interest.
deleted expletive, yes.
Okay, so $191,357 of our total wages comes from water, sewer, and storm.
So we're saying that 191,000 would come off our general fund, or our general?
No.
No.
I'm saying this total of 532,261 This is water, sewer, storm, parks, admin, and public works.
Okay.
Just for time purposes, you just put in the admin.
So
portion of it.
I subtracted it just off of the admin, just so I could, but, it would actually be like less than 50% of that savings, whatever I said that savings was. So 15,000, it would be closer to 7,000 because, well, what's 191? Now I have to do more math. 191, 357. So the water sewer storm pays 36% of the wages. So then I would have to take this $15,214.60 and take 36% of it off.
So we're still sitting at around, 220 some odd dollars, $220,000.
Yeah.
$220,000.
And we have it broken out in here for all the water, sewer, all that kind of stuff is all not included in this, or it is
That's a
included?
separate budget.
Right. So if you said 30, say it again, 30, what percent? 36%?
36%.
Is water, sewer, stormwater, utilities,
Parks.
and parks?
And admin, water, sewer, storm, public works, parks, admin salary, admin hourly. Those are all the categories that fill the pot. So in order to figure out the wages, I took the numbers from water, sewer, storm wages and the general fund wages to see what was budgeted, because we have a water, sewer, storm budget as well that
Right.
we'll be discussing tomorrow night at water and sewer.
Okay.
I understand it's confusing because it's coming from two different funds.
So just so I'm tracking, so I'm hearing this right, the total amount of all the wages of everybody is like 530, whatever the.
32,000, yep,
191-ish thousand of that, I couldn't quite see the number.
Yes.
Comes from water and sewer, so
Yes.
not out of this budget.
yes.
Meaning that the remainder that would come out of the general fund would be around $348,000. Meaning that if you were to give raises at a 3% rate on that $340,000, you'd be talking about around $10,000 from the general fund, or $7,000 at a 2% rate. to
Thank
match
you,
this.
Mary. Yes,
So you're talking about $7,000 or $10,000 if you're at a 2% or a 3,000 or a 3% rate.
that is exactly it. And that, yes.
So we're at 220. something.
Are we accurately, because forgive me, but I'm not super confident in these numbers because we're throwing things all around. Are we accurately reflecting wages and benefits out of this budget that are supposed to be water and sewer? No. Am I
Not in the
missing some? I feel like I'm missing a
Okay.
piece here.
water sewer wages are not in this fund that you are looking
Right.
at right now. In order to get that wage information on that separate spreadsheet that I did,
Yes.
I took all the wages from the general fund and from water, sewer, storm. I added them all together. I took everyone's current wages, put in formulas like of what if scenarios, 1% raise, 2% raise, 3%
Right,
raise.
I understand that. What I'm asking is the water and sewer portion of wages and benefits taken out of this bottom line number?
No. Because it is a separate budget.
Right. So are you saying that this 200 and whatever 17,000 is, there's more that's going to come off of that?
No, because water sewer has
missing?
its own budget. Water sewer storm is a totally separate budget. It is not from the general fund. The general fund, everything starts with 100. Water sewer storm are 500, 600, 800. They're separate. It's paid by the ratepayers. But as employees, some part of my wages come out of water sewer storm, and the majority of, because I'm admin, come out of the general fund admin.
So your portion, everyone's portion that comes out of the general fund is reflected accurately.
Yes.
The water, the costs attributed to water
Yes.
and sewer are not in this budget.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I
But
was trying to-
for wages, figuring out wages and if there is going to be a raise or whatever, that is why I did that separate spreadsheet. I took all of that information and put it together.
Okay. So what in terms of wages and benefits in this budget is our number? Can we,
Yeah, Mary, do you want to give that number again? It was 300, or hang on. I have that separate spreadsheet. It's this number, let me copy it.
341,000.
Thank you.
And then you just multiply that by 0.03 or 0.02 or 0.01, whatever your raise amount would be. Or zero. Or zero.
I feel like it's still not connecting, whatever.
Yep, so this is the amount of wages from
And
the
that's
general.
what's reflected in
And that's what's
this, what
reflected
we're
in
trying
that.
to do right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're at negative 220 some odd $1,000.
217.89.
No, that's not right,
Why?
because that is including the water and sewer, whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so we are done with this exercise of futility.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
We came, I mean, the good news is that the original number was 703, 742, 10, and we're down to 232, 504, or 217, or 220 with the water and sewer portion or whatever, so I'm looking at about $220,000 that we have to come up with.
So just a quick question, because that is not, I put the full amount under admin and some of that will be water, sewer, storm. For that admin hourly wages that we had, this was at 40,000. Do you want that accurately updated?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we need
I
we
took
need a
it
final
all out
number.
of the general fund.
I know, but we need to know what
Yes.
this number is.
Okay, so,
Right now, we're at 0.
Right now, we're at 0 until we can figure out
But
what
that'll
the
be
number
that'll be
accurately
a full board
reflects.
discussion. It'll be our recommendation to the full board, and then the full board decides. Yeah. Yes. That's why I just kind of ballparked it another 3,000. If you could only articulate it a little better.
I'm sorry.
Choke me, huh?
Sorry. I've been awake since 4 a.m. And I go back to work at 5 a.m. So,
It's just getting fun. Come on.
and if I kick the candle.
I'm gonna leave that for Bria.
okay, so I will be
Speaking of Bria,
9,000, 737.34. Now I have to minus 40,000. So I'll be updating that admin, so it'll be $10,000 savings with no raise for anyone. So 30,262.66. I have to go and update that. This here, 30,262.66. And then you can take a look at what our number is at.
What are we at now?
22,767.
What?
What?
Say that again?
20,000, sorry, not, $220,767.
That's without the raises.
That's,
Say that, okay, I can't read that.
220,767.
220, 767.
Yeah, I think we need to make a recommendation to the board on something here, so that's our number,
Okay.
220,767. So moving on to the next, any other discussion about this?
Wasn't there one other thing we were putting on hold? I didn't write it down. There was one other item we said we'd come back to.
I think that was the,
That was the pay, the 3%.
Hydrant.
Oh, the hydrant.
wasn't it the hydrant?
Well, it's in the
Wasn't that? I got it
agenda.
back.
We need that, yeah.
I don't know. Every number
But I
is
think we
running
wanted to
together.
come do the salary
Right.
part last because see where we're at, so. All right. So any other discussion on 5A? Nope. Possible action regarding the 2026 Village of Cambridge budget. Okay. Discussion and possible action, budget to actual report.
Covered that with,
we just went through every single line item.
Right, but I think for this one, we need to get in some kind of a commitment on, for the 2026 year, when we're going to get that budget to actual report from yourself, from a board standpoint.
Yeah, no, I can have that in every
Board meeting?
board meeting, yep.
All right. All right, discussion and possible action, alternative revenue sources. I think this is in our packet here.
Mm-hmm.
Any high points, low points on this? Naming rights, that one. But this is from Ellers. They have like a canned presentation that they give. They talk about different ways that we can have some income streams coming into our alternate revenue sources for Wisconsin municipalities. Naming rights, sponsorships, advertising, stormwater, street light utility, urban forestry, special charge, transportation utility, wheel tax, special assessments, and impact fees.
They don't mention grants.
It's not guaranteed.
I think it's because it's not a guaranteed.
So, yeah. So, there's that. Any discussion points on that? I mean,
I mean, it comes down to taxes and fees.
yeah. I had brought up the wheel tax to put on here because what's going on with the state as a whole, it's going to come to a point where if we don't decide on the wheel tax
No,
by
I have an
the-
update on that.
Okay, what is that?
So what it is even, and again, if this passes, those communities that do have a wheel tax, and literally within the last week, Fitchburg just passed a $40 wheel tax. So any of these communities that already have them may have to go back and have a referendum to keep them. But again, that is not passed the legislature yet. I think it goes is tomorrow.
Okay.
That's what the email that we received from the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. And when I first saw that, I thought that we were not going to be able to if we didn't pass one now, that we would have to go to referendum and it would never pass. That is not the case with this. And then just to let you know, I did put a wheel tax information page in here. Even if the Village of Cambridge wanted to implement a wheel tax, that would not be into effect until January 1st, 2027, because the DOT needs a 90-day notice. And it will not go prior to the first of the year. So again, we're out of it for 2026, but it's something, I just created that informational page, and the one community that I didn't put on there was Fitchburg, and they officially passed theirs, and theirs is $40 a year per vehicle.
But depending on tomorrow's vote, they might have to
They
go
might
back
have
and
to.
they have to do referendum.
Do referendum.
Yep,
So
so just wanted to share that.
you're just the bearer of good news tonight,
I
Lucy.
can't help myself.
So
All right.
are we still talking about alternative revenue?
Yep.
Or are we moving on to
No,
the
no,
PFP?
it's early. Go ahead.
Well, I guess, I mean, as we're looking at this, if we're talking about $220,000, $220,767 is what we're short, right?
Yep.
If we did the fire protection, that's $220,933.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I don't like it
Totally
either.
hate it, but again,
And yeah,
I would rather that than a loan
have to go
plus
up.
interest.
Exactly. Again,
I don't know.
That's the next discussion point on here.
Sorry,
is the
got
PFD.
ahead.
Yeah.
No, which that is part about, it is.
I mean,
in-
it is part of
It's
alternative.
part
I
of
think
our,
I brought up the wheel tax too, because this whole mentality of a room tax, which I know passed, is actually costing the village money for
Grace.
administrative fees.
Made us-
and it hasn't even
And
been
it's-
implemented,
that's
and it's
insane.
costed me hundreds of hours of my time.
Yeah.
Right, so I mean, it's gone by way of the dog license, basically.
Well, and I feel like, I mean, the thought of adding more onto my water bill is not
Well, $21.
ideal in any way, shape, or form. I hate the fact that we're even having to talk about it. But if we're talking about taxes and fees and a wheel tax and a dog tax and a light tax or all these other things, this is a one fee. Otherwise, we do
that
half
would-
of it, and then we do this tax, and we do that tax, and we do this. And I feel like either way, it's going to all add up to be the same.
Give me those numbers again.
So if we did 100% of the PFP,
Yep.
it's 220,933, accounting for the 44,000.
That's accounting for the 40.
That's accounting for the
Okay.
44,000 plus. Our number that we are looking at right now is 220,767.
I hate it too, but I don't,
We'd make
I'm not-
$200.
I'm not naive enough to say that we're not going to go out and borrow, because I don't want to go out and borrow, but I'm not going to make that commitment. But I would rather do this and have some kind of a guarantee that we don't have to go through this whole ordeal again.
In September.
Right.
And
And also keep in mind, this is at a somewhat discounted fire and EMS of 500,000.
Right.
I will state that another factor, I know which some of the trustees discussed about doing the partial PFP, would also have to keep in mind that waiting period, because it takes, once the budget, if that's approved to make that adjustment, then, so that, and just the report, doing the reporting then 3 years in a row. So again, that's just a time admin thing. I have no idea what's all going to be required of me to get that. I will make sure that it all gets to the PSC. But then you're making it a one-time process into a three steps. So just putting that
Yeah.
out there. And then also keeping in mind, January and February will have to be kept the same from the previous year because of that time lapse, so.
Right.
Well, I think to keep this meeting moving along, and now that we know about the wheel tax information, the vote tomorrow on where that's going to go, what was the discussion and possible action for waste leaf pickup and street sweeping?
That was,
Charging?
nope, and I put in an informational page about that as well, just with the comments. I told Sarah that I would add that because there were comments about, did the DNR require this? Is this required to do the brush pickup, the leaf pickup, the street sweeping, and compost pickup as well? So there are no requirements. We don't have that specific permit. I did digging. Of course, if we allow that in our water's going to have to be treated because of the phosphorus, so Cody can speak on that part.
We do treat our water.
But it was more of, there's lots of community member emails as well reaching out about, do we have to have that leaf vac? Can we sell the street sweeper? Again, what's required, what's not. There's a lot of misinformation going around. So, no.
We get money for how much we recycle and how much leaves we bring in, and
Right.
we get grant money or something like that, right? What is it?
We get
Like-
the
Recycling
Grant, yeah,
grant?
recycling grant. And if you have any questions about
Yeah.
brush and compost pickup, leaf collection, or street sweeping, I'd be happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Do you see it as beneficial to charge for any, obviously street sweeping is not something we're going to charge, but, I mean, you drive around right now and you see the piles and piles and piles and piles of leaves. Some folks have the ability to dispose of them on their property. Obviously, we have a leaf burning ban or ordinance, right? We
Yes,
don't,
we do.
we don't allow that. Do you think it would be, one, beneficial to charge for leaf and brush pickup? And if that is the case, how would we do it?
I think brush and compost pickup could be something that could be charged for. And I say that because outside of it being a nice amenity, a nice service that we provide, there's no benefit outside of contributing to our recycling grant a little bit. That would be the only thing that I could suggest even a little bit charging for. I believe leaf collection and street sweeping are great benefits to us as a whole to protect, one, our waterways,
Right.
And two, our infrastructure. Because if you've all been around town, you can see the leaf piles out there. It's supposed to be raining
Supposed
right
to be
now.
raining right now, yeah.
So when it rains and the gutters are clogged with leaves, sweeps it down to the catch basins. It can clog the catch basins, flood roads, potentially insurance claims on the village versus from homeowners from getting their property, house, whatever, flooded. And then it's just a burden overall on our storm sewer system. It puts a lot of phosphorus in the waterways.
Right.
How much? I don't know, but more than it would normally. Street sweeping, I don't think that's something that could be charged for, but we'd need to be able to keep our streets clean, and push brooming 11 miles of streets is just not feasible.
You'd get your steps in, but I don't think it would be beneficial.
I do think that would be something to consider charging, because then people that want to take care of it themselves
Right.
would do that. My husband would absolutely take care of it himself then, and it'd be less work, you know?
Right.
It
So
would be
it
less
would
work.
kind of be a win-win.
How many, ballpark estimate, hours do you think in the fall you all spend? I mean, like, say work days.
Leaf collection,
Yeah,
just on leaf, in between 25 and 35 hours.
that's
No,
it?
No, probably, because it takes two guys, I'm sorry, it's, yeah, it's
I know, I hear you.
double that, so probably 70 hours a week.
A week.
Yes, per week, because it takes two people to operate the leaf vac, and I would estimate that they're not spending all 40 hours on it all week, so 70, what did I say, 70? 70 times 4, so
280.
probably,
Sorry.
no, it's okay.
Would
I
you
would,
charge individual properties though?
That's the question.
I don't know.
There's no way you
It would almost have to be a flat fee, and
I think leaf collection in general is a pretty big benefit to us as well
Yes.
as the residents.
It's a community.
The only thing that I don't think we directly benefit from is brush and compost pickup.
okay.
Any other questions about?
No.
Yep, no problem.
Well, I'll make a motion.
I was gonna say I can do it. 'cause
I'll
I'm-
make a motion that we report as the Audit and Finance Committee to our full board that we are in the negative $220,767. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we would recommend that we go with the full, our recommendation would be the full PFP resolution, full 100%.
I would second that.
Oh, Jesus.
So
That would be such a backlash.
we have a motion
What's the
and a
option?
second discussion.
Over $7,000?
What'd you say?
Over $7,000 for no cost of living adjustment? Just pointing it out, that's the breakdown for 2% to match the state cost of living just for like all staff out of the general fund.
So we have a motion and a second.
I thought
Any more
personnel
discussion?
takes-
I'm very conflicted. This isn't a final.
Oh, It's a
supposed to go
recommendation to the
It's a
board.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, any other discussion?
I,
Alright.
I would like to see some kind of a raise, because we do have a few employees who did not have pay grade changes or title changes or things along those lines.
That would be a second motion.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
we have a motion on the table about the PFP
Mhm.
resolution recommendation.
Mhm.
All those in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed? All right. Our recommendation to the board on the PFP has passed. Would anybody like to make a motion about a recommendation for a raise?
I would like to make a motion for a 2% raise for our village employees for 2026.
Okay, do we have a second? I'll second for discussion purposes. All right, so we have a motion and a second, 2% raise for our staff.
How are we gonna pay for it?
Take 5,000 out of the tree budget.
Well, that means we'd have to, what was it, help me out, 7,000 roughly?
I have it. It's,
Well, that's,
And not be responsible for it.
no, that's That's what we're trying to prevent here. So we would, we'd still have to go back and find 7,000, right?
It's,
Take 3,500 out of salt and take 3,500 out of tree budget.
We did apply for a grant as well, catastrophic tree, catastrophic storm damage and urban forestry startup grant. The DNR has not released who has been awarded yet, but it has been implied
Is that
more
fair?
than once that it's highly likely that we'll be awarded those grants.
What is the approximate cost of those grants? Ish.
Matching one grant is 5,000, so if we spend 10, we get 5 back. The other, I asked for 20,000, no match.
Ooh.
But I think, right, as it stands right now, I mean, grants are finicky. You never
Right.
know what you're going to get. So
So would you say to take
35 from salt and 35 from trees. And that would pay for the
for the
2%,
raises?
which mirrors what the state of Wisconsin is
Yep.
giving
That
all
seems
their
fair.
state employees.
Yep.
That's fair.
Are you able to do that on the spreadsheet? Just, you don't have to do it now, Lucy,
Yeah.
but just,
Just for
yes, you
discussion
can do
purposes?
that.
is that realistic, salt-wise? I mean,
I'll get a donation from the city of Beloit for you.
okay.
I have to.
And I think Fort would help us out as well. So we have a motion on the table. We have a solution that we just came up with. We have a second. All those in favor of that recommendation to
Who
the,
seconded it? You did.
yeah,
Sorry.
all those in favor of a 2% raise recommendation to the board, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Number 7, correspondence. Anything there, Lucy? Other than what you have added on there? Some of those, kind of those informational things
Yeah,
that you have in
just
there?
those, and that was just because of questions, and again, wheel taxes, if we did something today, it wouldn't even
Yeah.
matter, so
Yeah.
it's something that can
Yeah,
be kicked down the road for a little bit. That's just for you, honey.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to. 'Cause I've never even said that term before. I hate myself, Kristen.
All right, updates and emerging topics for future discussions. I think this is pretty much what we're going to present to the board.
And-
We went through each line item meticulously. It's almost 11.
Thank you, guys.
And I'll take number 9.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I'm showing adjournment 22:57.